Well, it looks like I'm back for more live streaming of video games. And there's already, I think, like 10, 12, 14 people in here, so still might look at people a minute. Actually, it's Sly Cooper. People don't really need a minute because this game has unskippable cutscenes. It's the perfect chance for people to roll in. Or it's a perfect chance for the game to freeze for a second. Give me a heart attack, why don't you?
Do you read me?
Making sure the volume is low enough so I can be heard.
Very loud. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. Trying to break into police headquarters does that.
Get over it, Bentley. You're safe in the van. I'm the thief here. I've got to steal that file from Inspector Carmelita Fox.
Well, count on me to be your eyes and ears, buddy. Got their security system totally scoped. To get inside, you're gonna have to go through that air vent.
All right, I'm going in.
And don't forget you got me at the wheel, Sly.
Yeah, I moved into a new place, so like the setup isn't final. Like trying to
Just keep
figure
that
out the
around.
right setup.
Down in no time.
So the microphone is a little far away from me right now. But yeah. First game 100%ed. I mean, I don't know what the first game I 100%ed was. I think one of the first games I ever beat was either this or Precursor Legacy. As for 100% completion, I think I don't remember. It might be this. It might be Sly 2.
Here, Sly. Break one of those laser beams and you'll
No, it's probably Sly 2, I think.
Nice job, you're in. Inspector Carmelita Fox's office is behind.
I'm currently playing this on PCSX2, the PS2 emulator on PC, if anyone was curious. I think I saw somebody ask that. First time watching one of my streams. Well, I don't usually stream to begin with, so
Way to go, Sly.
you're catching one of the first.
Inspector Carmelita Fox stashes all her important files.
Love showing off that I already know what the code is, before he even says the thing.
Nice job. You got it. If you come down through the fire escape and head through the parking lot, we'll be waiting in the getaway van.
Criminal! You foolish raccoon. I've caught you red-handed.
Ah, Carmelita. I haven't seen you since I gave you the slip in Bombay.
Which reminds me, you need to return the Firestone of India to its rightful owners.
And I was gonna give it to you as a little token of my... Hey,
Now I don't understand the Sly references you always put in the videos. Well, we're only just beginning, really.
This pistol packs a paralyzing...
Well, will this stream be saved? I mean, technically yes. It'll be unlisted, but like the last live stream I did is in a playlist on my channel called Live Streams.
I just dropped by to pick up the
So,
file.
this one will be in that. Oh god, my controller's unplugged. Wait. Oh god. Sly's doomed. He's done for. There we go. But yeah, figured I would let people know that, as per usual, I have been on my like holiday break for the year. Like in late December, early January, I always go on vacation from making videos. More of like a staycation.
Once again,
and
my gang and I had given
What
Inspector
was I gonna say?
Carmelita
Was
Fox
that
the slip.
it's currently over as of a week ago, but I'm
also
also had to move
Finally,
locations,
the secret
so
police file
that's
I've been
why
searching for all these years. With this,
haven't really gotten up on new content yet. But my first video for 2026 is going to be on Mega Man Legends, and that's coming very soon. It'll probably be out next week.
A long line of master thieves who kept all their secrets of sneaking and stealing in an ancient book,
And this is an emulator.
the Thievius Raccoonus. Anyone who read it learned to be especially sneaky, which is why we specialize in stealing from criminals. After all, there's no honor, no challenge. no
Realizing this is
fun
not
stealing from ordinary
It's not the
people.
most stream-friendly game, considering the fact that there really are so many unskippable cutscenes. But still, they're cutscenes that are enjoyable to watch. That they got that going for them.
Visitors came unannounced to our door. My father fought to protect us, but the gang of villains known as the Fiendish Five overpowered him and ransacked our house until they found the thievius raccoonus. Our family's manual of thieving greatness fell into their filthy hands.
Do I follow any percent speedrunning for this game? No, I don't really tend to watch a lot of speedruns in general. I do like watching speedrunning content on YouTube, but I don't really watch runs myself. So I don't really know what like the any percent world record is for Sly 1. Nor do I know what the 100% world record is for this game either.
Together we pledge to track down the Fiendish Five, avenge my father, and steal.
Yeah, the Master Thief time trials are pretty difficult in this game. They took me a long time to really master, but maybe we'll screw up some of them today, but we'll definitely try beating them all for this save file. But yeah, as I was saying, Mega Man Legends is going to be my first video, and then after that it's going to be a video on Tron Bonne and various Mega Man Legends ports, and then Mega Man Legends 2. So that is a long-held request that's finally going to be lived up to, and I hope people are looking forward to that. Did I hear about the PS2 recompilation effort? I did hear about that. I wasn't really sure like how close to completion it was or how it was going to work. Like if it was just like a thing, you just plug your ISO in, you have like a native PC port of a video game. Like I wasn't really sure how it was going to work, but I'm pretty excited for it anyway. And yes, Master Thief time trials do count towards completion. That is a fact, yes. What are my thoughts on Resident Evil Requiem? I think that game looks pretty cool. I don't, like, I don't really get hyped for a lot of games these days in the pre-release. I think the last game I was hyped for is actually, was actually the RE4 remake. So yeah, I was like pretty excited for that game, but like I'm not feeling like, oh my god, I can't wait for RE9. I am just thinking like it looks good though. I think like it looks like a good fusion of what like RE4 remake was doing and like what Resident Evil 7 and 8 were building up as well. So I'm excited. I'm gonna cover it as well. Did I know there were non-Master Thief levels of commentary that was ripped online? I believe I was familiar with that, yeah. They made collections where Mega Man Sub-Series and Legends remains, hopefully. Yeah, that'd be cool. How familiar I am with the Stalker games and their inspirations? I am not very familiar with that, so yeah.
Okay, but remember, you can only climb on certain objects, like pipes and ropes.
Yeah, sure. Like that ladder there?
That is correct, but do not forget, Sly. You have to get close.
Is that the frog that says without further ado? It is in fact the frog that says, so without further ado, let me make amends by what? Bloating to gargantuan size and squashing you like the insignificant bug that you are. And then Sly says, bring it on, and then the boss fight begins.
The message you just found appears to be some clue. I'll decipher it here in the van. In the meantime, see if you can find any more clues. The more I have, the easier it'll be to
I got a PS3 in the day solely for Sly 4. I was about to make a joke where I was like, sorry to hear, but to be fair and balanced, I got a PS3 back in the day. I knew I had to have a PS3 specifically because PlayStation Move Heroes was announced, that shitty crossover party game between Sly, Ratchet, and Jack. But of course, I also got the Ratchet and Clank future games with it, and was also the Sly collection was coming out anyway. So there was plenty of reasons why I wanted one. But that crossover was like the final nail in the coffin. Haven't played that game in like 15 years, but it's funny because like I always regard that as like the worst shit I ever played. So Sly on PS2 or 3. The Sly trilogy originally came out on PS2. It was remastered on PS3, and you can play the original versions of Sly 1 and 2 and 3 on PS4 and PS5 for $9 each. Really bothering me that he's not doing the speedrunning strats right now. Yeah, the thing is, I don't really watch any of the speedruns, so I don't really know what the speedrun strats for Sly 1 even are. So, working with Sucker Punch retrospective, currently working at Rocket Robot on Wheels, say do Sly.
Nice job so
I thought of doing something like that at some point, like talking about like Rocket Robot on Wheels for Sucker Punch, and talking about like Way of the Warrior and Rings of Power and like all those other pre-Crash Bandicoot Naughty Dog games, and Disruptor for Insomniac. But that's kind of always been like my back burner, not like an idea I was actively gonna do. I mean, if you want to just play Sony backlog games, getting an older console is probably cheap, but then, like, of course, my first recommendation is getting a PC. But if you get a PS5, I can tell you the Sly trilogy would only cost you $30 on it, so there's that. And I do think the concept of Sly is actually really cool and versatile in various mediums. It's just like it hasn't been used to its maximum effectiveness outside of video games. Of course, the movie trailer showed that somebody was trying to make that, but the problem is that the problem is the movie trailer just looked like Sly 4 the movie, and that's terrible. So like the Ratchet movie flopped, and so the Sly movie was scrapped. This code is 792. This is not PS5, this is PCSX2.
found a page from the Phoebius Raccoonus. This page teaches old Drake Cooper's fast attack dive move. Press the triangle button to use it.
Also, somebody asked, is Bro Indian? The answer to that question is no. Yeah, I've also been wearing glasses more and more as of late. So, sign of getting old, am I right? Well, the thing is, the Sly movie trailer looked diabolical. So I'm, like, not upset that it was canceled. I'm not upset that the movie we were gonna get was canceled, because the Ratchet and Clank movie didn't at all take advantage of any of the strengths of that IP and just made it a really generic kiddie sci-fi movie. And then the Sly movie definitely would have been just more of that, basically just Sly 4 in movie form. And who needs all that? Yes, PCSX2 is a PC emulator for PS2.
But your plan is
You ever thought about doing Infamous and Ghosts? I mean, I certainly would want to, because like I want to play those games and finish them. I just have never finished Infamous 1 or Ghost of Tsushima and never played their sequels at all. I want to, but I just haven't gotten to it.
you need 2 more of Raleigh's treasure keys, which are heavily guarded.
Interesting. So what are you
What's the hardest video you've ever had to make?
But I warned you.
I feel like it varies by what era we're talking about relative to like experience and stuff.
Left to your objectives.
Thanks.
Don't mention it. It's your funeral.
It's like, I remember the Sly 4 video I did was the hardest video I had to make at that time, back in 2016, 10 years ago. But then it's like, I remember Justice League Season 2 was a really hard one back in 2019. That was my longest video to date, and probably was always going to stay that way at 5 hours and 7 minutes in length, or whatever it was. And, yeah. As far as recent videos, I had worked really hard to get the Sonic X Shadow Generations video out week 1. I remember that pretty well. Yeah. There's a lot of picks for hardest video. You can make each Sly game a season of TV. Yeah, I feel that way as well. Let's see, what else was there? Sucker Punch is the opening return of the Sly IP, but I think they'll do more Ghost games. Well, actually, I think they said the opposite, which is that, like, there's not a lot of people who work at that studio who were even there when they made those games and aren't really that interested in it. Or, like, would be that, like Nate Fox said, like, maybe 10% of the studio was, like, here for those games and would be interested in making that
Never
game.
close those furnace doors. Jump and press the square button. That'll slam them shut.
I remember back in the day being excited for Thieves in Time when it was announced. My 13-year-old was disappointed when she got it for her birthday. Yeah, I mean, part of the reason why I don't get hyped for games is Thieves in Time, because it's like, man, disappointment of the fucking century, am I right?
My analysis tells me that if you train
But of course, not that I'm just here to make fun of Sly 4, although I do enjoy doing that a lot. Let's see what else we got. Any Sonic videos coming soon? I mean, here's what I can tell you, which is that as my Shadow Generations 1 year later said, there's really not that much left to say. Like, there's not a lot left for me to say about those games, about that series, because, like, I don't know, I've kind of said it all. Like, I could make a third video on Sonic Frontiers, since as the last time I played it, I have more of a, what's the word I'm looking for? I have a nicer tone for that game nowadays. I hold it in higher regard now than I used to, because Shadow Generations was so good. But, like, I don't really have a lot, like a burning desire to make that soon. But also, what I can tell you is that Project Reignition, the fan remake of Sonic and the Secret Rings, is probably going to be done soon. So I can make a video on that. I can make a video on Marathon Recompiled, the Sonic 06 PC port, when that comes out. And, of course, we always hope Project 06 will be done this year. So Sonic videos could be a thing. But like I said, the issue is just that there's just, like, not that much... There's just not that much left to say, is the thing. Like, I don't really... I kind of feel like when I started making Sonic videos a lot back in, like, 2018 or whatever, like, the series was in a really dire state, in my opinion, post-Forces. But then, like, nowadays, the series is doing pretty good. Like, the Sonic series is doing pretty good and doing all the things I would want it to do, so I don't really have a whole lot left to say. No, anyway, what did I miss? And I'm afraid if they do a Sly 5, it could end up bad. Don't even get me started. I'll get into that in a second. Sly 4, overhated, in my opinion. Well, not in my opinion, it's not. In my opinion, it's not hated enough. Like, thing is, Sly 4 is a perfectly functional, well-made product. Man, I hate that game, though. It's like, it's just... But I enjoy it in, like, a funny way, though. Because I just think it's just so not it. It is just so not it. Resident Evil Requiem video gonna happen? Definitely gonna happen. Roasting Sly 4 might happen in this stream, yeah. And what else we got? Chat is going by quick. Let's see what else. Code Veronica remake has been rumored heavily. I am very excited for the prospect of a Code Veronica remake. Because, like, that game... I played it a third time last year or so, and it was just like, I had a good time with it. Like, when you know what to expect, like, the game is pretty good, or not pretty good, it's like, the game is good enough, more enjoyable than it was the first time, but I also just think creatively, Code Veronica is just a really interesting setting and story to see reimagined, and the game has a lot of flaws that I think a remake could really improve, compared to, like, RE2 and 3, where, like, the remakes were just kind of taking... things out of the original games. So, I'd really like to see what they do with Code Veronica. Whereas, like, something like RE0, like, the prospect of remaking that doesn't really excite me, because I don't really like that game to begin with. Alright, let's see. Do you hope for Jak and Daxter remake another game from Naughty Dog making Jak and Daxter? Not really, because the answer to that question is because I am perfectly content with the Jak games that we got, and I'm done. Missing a lot of comments. I think there was something about Sly 5 plot, which again I could talk about that for hours. Silent Hill, I'd be interested in that. I played a little bit of the first game and a little bit of the remake of the second game, so I would certainly be interested in playing more of those. And I would also definitely be interested in talking about Tomb Raider at some point, because somebody asked about that earlier. Read my last comment. What was that last comment?
Switch between your power-ups using L2 and R2.
What is it? What's all the games you own on Steam? Any FPS games? Not a lot of them, no. Yeah, okay. So basically, like for me, like, when I think of, like, Jak and Daxter, like, I kind of just feel like the Jak and Daxter series is, like, a time capsule of things that were popular in the early 2000s. Like, I don't really even know how you make a Jak and Daxter game in 2026. like, that's kind of just how I feel about that. I just think the series is just fine being left as is. Same with Sly, because Sly was like a 3-part trilogy storyline, and then the 4th game was just like, whew, not good. So that's what I was kind of getting into earlier, which was like asking about Sly 5, what I would want that to be about. And that's kind of the thing with Sly 5, is that the game is just, in my opinion, dead on arrival. Like, the story of Sly 4 is so bad that, like, I don't really see a lot of potential for a 5th game to make any sense. Because, like, think of it like this. Like, Sly 4, in my opinion, is one of the worst endings in a video game, because of the fact that it ends completely inconclusively, and also just by the story's own logic, like, you can't really rescue Sly with the time machine, because we'd have to know where Sly was first. It's just... yeah, I just think it leaves the series off in a place that's really messy, and also just, like, it leaves the series off in a place where, like, the sequel to Sly 4 would also have to be about time travel, and it's like, at that point, like, what is the Sly Cooper series even supposed to be about? Like, I thought this was, like, a series about doing daring heists, ripping off, like, criminal masterminds, but then, like, now it's, like, a sci-fi time-traveling series, and then most of the characters were ruined beyond all recognition anyway. Like, Penelope's a supervillain, and, like, Bentley, and, like, Murray's an idiot, Sly's an annoying idiot, like, all this stuff. Like, just, ugh, horrible. Horrible. Favorite Sly soundtrack? I think Sly 1 might win that award, yeah. Let's see, what else did I miss? Some people just beg for games and series to continue endlessly with Mary's just letting a series die. I agree. Like, Ratchet and Clank is another perfect example of this to me, where, like, people want more Ratchet and Clank games, but, like, I just don't really, like, at this point, I'm actually glad that, like, Ratchet and Clank is a series that kind of is, like, once a generation from Insomniac, because, like, there were, like, 6 Ratchet games on PS3, and, like, 6 Ratchet games on PS2. Only 4 of them were made by Insomniac, but still. And it's just, like, the gameplay of Ratchet and Clank is so samey that it's, like, only getting it, like, every couple of years, in my opinion, is an improvement. And then, what was I saying? It's, like, the story of Ratchet and Clank is, like, we're only just, like, the ending of Rift Apart teases the Lombax galaxy or dimension being shown in the next game. And it's, like, after that, how much more story is there even left to tell in the Ratchet and Clank series? Like, the Ratchet games kind of take place in real time, so it's like, Ratchet is like, I don't know, like a teenager in Ratchet and Clank PS2, but then, like, by Rift Apart, he's like a 30-something-year-old man. It's like, how many more stories are there really left to tell with these characters? That's what I just feel like the series. I think the next Ratchet game should be the last one. And that's another thing, speaking of Sly, someone brought up Sly 4 again. The thing with that game for me is that, like, a lot of people apparently only like Sly because they think it's fun to play, whereas I think Sly 1 is the only Sly Cooper game that's traditionally fun to play, whereas the rest are just, like, Sly 2 and 3 are good experiences with story and stuff, but, like, gameplay-wise, I don't really think gameplay is this series' strength, so that's why all I bring up is the story of Sly 4, because that's all that kind of really matters. The gameplay is kind of just alright. Try reviewing Freedom Planet. I think I played that once, never finished it though. Does it feel weird that there are episodes of the DCAU featuring Batman I haven't reviewed? Not particularly, no. I know that there's one episode of Static Shock where, like, there's, like, the TNBA Batman and Robin in it, but then, like, Batman looks kind of weirdly off-model. I knew that. But then there's also an episode where, like, Justice League Batman shows up and they fight Brainiac and taking over the Watchtower or something. And there's also an episode where Static goes to the future and meets Terry and stuff. But yeah, I sleep pretty well at night with the fact that DCAU was not fully covered by me. I mean, I didn't really I've never watched Static Shock as a kid. I didn't even know the Zeta Project existed until later in life anyway. And, like, I didn't like Batman and Harley Quinn. Didn't really care much for Fatal 5 anyway, so I don't really have a lot to say about any of that stuff. After seeing my second video on MGS and Twin Snakes, to reevaluate the remake, and honestly, I don't think Twin Snakes' fault being too easy with the MGS2 gameplay. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, yeah, it's just kind of inevitable when you kind of just take one game's mechanics and plop it into another game. Yeah, if Sly Cooper ever comes back, I really just think it's as simple as the series is just way better off just being rebooted or remade, like getting the Crash Bandicoot treatment. I just think that a sequel to Sly 4 just doesn't make any sense at this point in time, because Sly 4 came out 13 years ago. Like, Sly 4 is older now than the Sly IP was when Thieves in Time came out. Like, that is just like, and it ended on this dumbass cliffhanger, and it's just like, I don't know what the point is of continuing it. Like, just Sly 4 is also the worst selling game in the series, obviously, so like, just, I don't see the point, personally. I think the world is better off without more Thieves in Time. I think Jak and Daxter will ever come back. No. I mean, maybe, but no. Because, again, Jak and Daxter, as far as all of Naughty Dog's PlayStation franchises, Jak and Daxter has always been the least popular one. And that's because Jak and Daxter never really found an audience. Never really found the audience it was looking for, rather. Like, when Precursor Legacy came out, like, it was just overshadowed by games like GTA 3, and then Jak 2 sold terribly in Japan, to the point where Jak 3 and Jak X didn't even come out in Japan at all. So, like, I think, and like, to me, Jak 3, I recently replayed the Jak trilogy a few weeks ago, and it's like, Jak 3, to me, just comes off like the entire game was very much secondary to the change in management going on at Naughty Dog at the time, because like Andy Gavin and Jason Rubin were retiring during the development of Jak 3, and I think the whole development cycle of Jak 3 was all about transitioning the company and leadership from Jason and Andy to like Evan Wells, who was the president of Naughty Dog from Jak X through recently, actually. Let's see. Yeah, so it's just kind of like Uncharted and The Last of Us are obviously huge franchises, and then Crash Bandicoot was also a huge franchise on PS1. Jak and Daxter just really wasn't. Like, it was not unpopular or unsuccessful, and it was very critically acclaimed and stuff. It sold decently, but it was just like, you know, compared to like Ratchet and Clank, like Jak and Daxter just clearly just didn't have like the staying power that those things that like Ratchet and Clank did. Because like, as I said, Jak and Daxter is kind of like more of like a time capsule of things that were popular at the time, like that a lot of which aren't right now. So what do you even do with that? Who knows? And I also just think because of feature creep, like Jak 3 is like one of the worst designed combat systems I've ever used. They made a cliffhanger because they were planning a DLC. Yeah, I did know about that, the Sly 4 DLC thing. And the thing about that is that I would be very interested. Like I believe they said the script for it was written. I would hope that somebody leaks that on the internet someday, because the DLC is not getting made. Like, I would love to know how Sly 4 was supposed to actually end.
No code can stand before me. It's got to be 579.
Also, yeah, somebody did mention my DCA retrospective. I mean, I don't know. It's just like people have nostalgia for those videos or like enjoy them to this day. I just like, as their creator, I just don't really see them that way. I guess I just am like, all I see those videos as is things that I wouldn't really make today. But I wouldn't take anyway. Anyone's enjoyment of them. Finished the live-action superhero retrospective. I just like kind of lost interest in that project. It kind of got a spiritual revival when I did. Spider-Man Sam Raimi trilogy, but yeah, I'm just like never finished that. Would have been fun though. I was looking forward to using that as a chance to rewatch a lot of things I hadn't seen in a while, like the X-Men movies or like the MCU. Getting Sam Raimi should direct DCU's Batman. I mean, yeah, I think he's immensely talented, so I would love to see that. And that kind of thing is, if they're looking to get an opposite tone of like the Matt Reeves Batman movie, that would make perfect sense because of like Sam Raimi. If you want to have like a more comic-y Batman movie, Sam Raimi is a great choice. So. Also, somebody asked if I thought the Spider-Man 2 PS4 or Spider-Man 2 PS5 story was like overhated or anything. That I will say, I don't know. I liked Spider-Man 2 when I played it, but yeah, I definitely can see the game is very much too bloated for its own good, which I think happened to a lot of like the recent PlayStation sequels, like God of War Ragnarok was also pretty bloated compared to just regular God of War 2018. So. And it's like that's what makes those sequels not as popular as their predecessors, which had more focused experiences. But I liked the game, but it wasn't like the story and experience wasn't as good as the first game. But the gameplay in Spider-Man 2 was certainly a step up from the original, that's for sure.
So far, so good. I bet if you stayed still inside the barrel, the guard won't be able to see you. Even if he shines his
Also, yeah, I did just do that epic bounce maneuver. I'm sure everyone's impressed. People have asked me about doing things like Spectacular Spider-Man and stuff, and, you know, I can only say to that is that, like, certainly sounds... I really do like that show a lot, but it's like I don't have a lot to say about animated shows that I haven't already covered at this point, but hey, maybe. Never say never, I guess. And I know the new Sam Raimi movie is out. I might go see it, because, like, I don't know, I saw the trailer, it looked pretty interesting. Saw the trailer for when I saw the Anaconda movie, which I was very much unimpressed by the Anaconda movie. Like a horror comedy where I was never scared, nor did I laugh. So, yeah, didn't love that one. Okay, no barrel, no problem. Main part of what hurt Ragnarok's story is they made Atreus an idiot. Well, I see where you're coming from, but I think for me that's actually something that worked about it is that like we have to realize something is that like God of War Ragnarok is also about like, you know, the teenage phase of parenting, and like the God's honest truth is like teens are stupid. Like they do things that don't make sense to rational people who are adults. They do things that cause problems that need to be fixed. But, like, I just think it's a really interesting story about how, like, Kratos has to, like, accept that because he never really made it that far in parenting before. And I just really like the way he rises to the moment. Like, I remember when, like, Atreus does that thing that releases that, like, monster into the world or whatever, and the other characters are like, how could you do that? And then, like, Kratos is like, he knows he made a mistake, and we're gonna help him fix it. Like, I don't know, I really like how his character, like, is by the end of that game. So I like that angle, but of course I can talk about my thoughts on the God of War storyline in the not soon to be released video, but a video this year.
Interesting. Chris Cooper's dive collection technique. This move is an extension of the dive move you already know.
Let's see. Unpopular opinion here, I think The Last of Us Part 2 is the worst game ever. Hate how Joel was treated. That's the thing. I think if you watch, like, the flashbacks of The Last of Us Part 2, Joel is, like, the star character. Like, the story is very much about him. So I personally don't agree. I think he was portrayed pretty well. And I think that game is pretty sick. But, yeah. To each their own. What type of combat do I like in games? Usually more on, like, the Devil May Cry kind of spectrum, but also, like, the Resident Evil, like, action games are, like, really great in my opinion. And then also Expedition 33, probably one of the most fun games I've ever played, and I don't really even like RPGs or like play them at all. So It's harder to make videos now that you're not a college student and are married with kids. Thing is, I am not married and don't have kids, but yeah, to that I will say it's actually a lot easier because I graduated school a little bit ago, but like I have way more free time to make videos, but like when I was in school making weekly videos, it was pretty challenging, but in like a good way, like a fun way, to the point where I'd say my best videos and my best grades were at the same time when I was doing weekly stuff in like 2022. So, yeah, for what that's worth. I forgot what I was about to say, something about work-life balance or whatever. Future Saga of Ratchet & Clank video in the original series turning 10 years old. I have something in mind for Ratchet & Clank later this year where I'll be talking about every game, including the ones I never got to. Alright, let's conclude my thought about college and stuff. Is that like, yeah, there's like a solid stretch for me. Like, just like the Ratchet & Clank 1 re-review from like June 2021 through like The Last of Us 2 in like June 2023. That's like my favorite stretch of content I ever made. Not that I like a lot of what I've done ever since then, but that 2-year stretch is when I made my best stuff, in my opinion. Like, in that, there was like the Ratchet re-reviews, there was, you know, like Sonic Colors and Generations, and like the 2000s Ninja Turtles set retrospective, which I think the 2000s Turtles retrospective is definitely, was definitely my best work of all time, in my opinion. So, yeah, lots of great stuff in that era. Next question, okay. I can kind of see why Expedition 33 is a game that, like, people who love RPGs and don't will like, because, like, I sucked ass at that game, like the first time, but I've now played it, like, 4 times. It's definitely, like, one of my favorite games I ever played. Because it's got, like, such a perfect mixture of everything that I like in a package of game that I didn't really usually care about that much. Also, as Ace Combat, I've never played that, so I don't know. Let's see, Ninja Gaiden games. I did play Ninja Gaiden 1 at one point. I almost beat it, but that game was hard as hell. Like, I never finished it, though. Never played Ninja Gaiden 2 or 3 Razor's Edge, but I heard Ninja Gaiden 4 was also actually pretty good, so. But yeah, like, we were just talking Ninja Turtles 2003. That was, like, my favorite thing I ever did on YouTube, because I think it was the right mix of... I have been collecting thoughts on that series my entire life, basically. And then also, the retrospective was something that hadn't really been done on YouTube before. Like, nobody had ever given that series that level of analysis before. And I was, like, the first person to do it, so therefore I was kind of filling a niche that people wanted to see but hadn't been done. Which is the best kind of YouTube video, retrospective, in my opinion. So, that is why I think that resonated with people so much. You know, I've been watching Ben 10 my entire life as well, but, like, I was thinking of making a Ben 10 video this year, but I we'll have to see. I'm debating it because of the copyright issue, because, like, the video I did on the Batman was pretty ass-blasted with copyright, and I don't really want to deal with that again, so basically I never earned anything on that video. It was pro bono. But then, Ben 10, I don't know, it's kind of interesting. I feel like I really... don't have as much to say because there's less story in Ben 10 Classic in particular. Yeah, and then I forgot what I was about to say. Well, yeah, but then I also like Ben 10 Ultimate Alien was like pretty much the thing that made me stop watching cartoons in general when I was like 11 or 12 because I just like lost interest because I thought that it was like shit, and I never watched Omniverse at all. So. What do you think is the best way to teach people about YouTube game reviews? I find reviews harder to make than other video type. I mean, I have many a thought on how to make a YouTube game review, that's for sure. I don't even know where to begin with that. And oh my god, the legendary Tactical Bacon Productions is in the chat. That guy's actually... I was gonna spoil one of his upcoming videos. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Dead Space. I played the remake of that a little bit. I never finished that, but the remake was good, though. That's kind of the thing with new games. When I'm playing a game that is from a series I haven't really, like, played a lot before, like, it takes me a long time to, like, get into it, because I'll literally just be outright yawning and falling asleep if I don't have any reason to feel invested in it, even if the game is good. But then I just sort of, like, with Expedition 33, like, it took me, like, RZ forced me to play the game, and then it took me genuinely a month to beat Act 1, and then it took me a week to beat Acts 2 and 3, combined. Do I find it annoying that Gwen from Ben 10 is voiced by Ashley Johnson? I do not find that annoying, because I think she's really good and talented. I want to know your thoughts on the Sonic movies if you're good at Temptation Music. I thought the Sonic movies were... I like how I just tried to read that comment out loud at like super fast speed and it sounded like total gibberish. But like, yeah, I thought those Sonic movies... I think the Sonic movie Part 1... I think I've either seen it once or twice. I don't even remember. I remember it was like... Alright, I guess. Like, I thought it was like... As far as Kitty Slop is concerned, it was like, it was fine, I guess. Like... Not the worst thing I ever saw in my life, but I thought Part 2 was definitely an improvement. I thought that was like a kid's movie 7 out of 10. And then Part 3 I thought was actually pretty good. Like, I thought that was like a decent movie. I like their depiction of Shadow, yeah. Do I own any pets? I do not currently own any pets, no. But as a kid, I had 3 of them. We had 3 cats in my house when I was a kid. One of them is still with us. Her name is Huggins. Seeing that animal genuinely brightens up my day like fucking nothing else. Wait, come on, we got that. Get that guy. There we go. Will I be mad if Rouge isn't in Sonic 4? No, I don't really care. One way or another, but also, like, movie 4 is like the Metal Sonic Amy movie. No need to have too many characters in it. Dustin, Elysian Tale, or Hat in Time. Never played either one. Now, let's see, can I do the time trials before beating the boss? Let's find out. I can, good. I was going to do a Sonic movie video at the end of last year, but I did scrap that. I never really felt like making it. I was kind of... Originally, like, at the end of 2024, I was going to do a Sonic X retrospective, but I scrapped that halfway through the edit. I just was, like, not interested in the project, so I canceled it. Who do I think would be a good voice for Amy in the movie? Honestly, I don't know who they're gonna get. I mean, I'm not sure what the story was on Colleen becoming Tails in the movie. I think it was like, if I remember correctly, maybe she was like a temp for like the first movie, for the bonus movie, or for the post-credit scene rather. And it was just like she just sort of was like a good voice, and they just kind of went with her compared to getting a celebrity casting. So I'm not really sure who would be a good casting for Amy. Depends on how they want to write the character. So we'll see. I don't know if it's just me or the story of Uncharted 4 Thieves in Time done correctly. Well, Uncharted 4 is like the story of Sly 4 done correctly, because like... Uncharted 4 actually makes it drama that Nathan is going behind his wife's back to be like a thief again. But like he's doing it for a good reason, which is that he thinks he's saving his brother's life, and like his like brother he's never mentioned before because he like it would traumatize past and stuff. Like that's like actually like interesting drama, and then you know. Because, like, you can kind of, like, you know where both sides are coming from. You know how bad it looks during the liar reveal scene. It's, like, actually emotionally compelling stuff. Whereas Sly 4 doesn't do any of that. Because, like, even in the part where it's, like, where Carmelita's not listening to him. And she's like, the liar tried to sell me some story about how we had to save the future. But I was done listening to that liar. When Carmelita says that, the problem is that Sly is still lying. Like, because we all know in the first 30 seconds of the game, he's like... But as time went on, the old itch came back, and I knew I needed to pull a heist. So he was already going to do that with or without the time stream thing. That just became like a convenient reason to do it. It's just like, what a diabolically bad story. Diabolical, I say. Alright, but yeah, somebody asked me what my favorite Uncharted game was, and I was thinking about this yesterday. I think as far as like my favorite Uncharted experience was definitely Uncharted 4. But as far as like classic Uncharted, like PS3 era of the series, where it was like more action and like fantasy elements, like whereas Uncharted 4 is a little more grounded and realistic, I would say that Uncharted 2 is pretty much king for me. Although Uncharted 3 is certainly a good game, although I'm probably not going to make it because of that blunder. I lost like several seconds just now. What do I hope we'll get because it's the 20th anniversary of Sonic 06? I mean, I don't really know. What I hope we get for the 20th anniversary of Sonic 06 is the final build of Sonic Project 06 by Chaos X. That's what I hope I get. As far as what Sega makes, I don't really care. I just think Sonic Generations is a better designed game than Sonic Adventure 2. Like, I think there's more levels from Generations I would rather replay than in SA2. Although SA2 is certainly more fun to complete because of how it has the A ranks that are actually challenging. So there's that. But of course now my favorite official, as in non-PO6 Sonic game is Sonic Unleashed. So yeah. I really gotta lock in for these time trials because they're no joke. I should restart because of that. Oops. I don't really read comic books, so I have no idea if the Sonic IDW books are good or bad or not. What I love about the time trials in this game is that you really kind of have to be really daring and risky with your movement. But if you fuck it up, you're going to have to do it again. Ever thought about doing Mario and Metroid videos? The thing about that is I don't really like Mario that much. I mean, I think a lot of the games are good, but I don't really care about them. And then I honestly kind of feel the same about Metroid. Like, I've seen a lot of great video essays about the Metroid franchise. But I just, like, Metroid has just never activated that level of passion in me. Like, I've played a lot of the games, and I think they're all really good and influential and iconic games, but, like, I just don't really like them that much. Or not, like, don't like them that much. That makes something I thought they weren't great. I just personally don't feel passionate about the subject. Oh, shit. Alright, I asked for that. Sonic should have been killed years ago, yet he hit. Sonic should have died years ago, yet he's somehow still here. Kudos to him, okay? Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Sonic series, yeah, has a talent for surviving destruction better than other franchises, yeah. Charge of TMNT 2007 would be your ideal cast and story and animation style be? I think I would just like what, the one we got, actually, yeah. Let's see what else. Thoughts on Ian Flynn as a writer for Sonic? I don't really have a thought on it. Like, he certainly likes the Sonic franchise. That's nice. Like, liking the thing that you're writing for isn't exactly a requirement, but it certainly, I mean, it doesn't hurt. I really want to see Silver and Blaze in a coming movie. What would you do? What would you want them to do if they brought them for a future movie? Would you also want Mephiles? I mean, I don't know. Mephiles kind of seems pretty hardcore for a Sonic movie, because these movies are pretty kiddie, so... Not that Sonic 06 isn't a kid's game, but still, I doubt I doubt Sonic's gonna get murdered in a movie. You don't care for Metroid, but like Castlevania. Well, I mean, I played the Castlevania classic games for the first time ever just a few months ago. But like, and not even like I don't care for Metroid. Again, I've played Super Metroid like 2 or 3 times. I think the game is really good. It's like someone else just said, it's not my cup of tea. Supposedly the next Sonic game will be like Frontiers, which is very good, because I would love for them to keep iterating on their principles, because Shadow Generations is a big leap from Frontiers, so yes, do that. Holy Molly, never thought I'd see you live. Got into Sly games because of you. I'm playing Sly 2 for the first time. Plan on playing Sly 3 very soon. I love your videos, and I was wondering if you could give any advice to making a retrospective. Well, thank you for the donation. Advice on making a YouTube game retrospective. I mean, I will instead just say what my advice is on making a YouTube channel in general, which is that there is no such thing as a good first video. You just know that. Like, just start by making a thing, putting it out there, seeing what people think about it, or not if people watch it at all. Like, and try to improve upon things. Like, try to get a friend, like, or like an online, like, friend or whatever to, like, watch the video, and, like, you can learn what things to improve on and enhance in later videos through that. That's basically what happened to me. I just started experimenting and took it from there. Come on, come on, come on! Fuck! I was so close. What show do you like better, Teen Titans or 2000s Ninja Turtles? Definitely 2000s Turtles. I have a lot more to say about 2000s Turtles, obviously, because the retrospective was like 4.5 hours compared to, like, being 90 minutes, which Teen Titans was. Wait, you think Unleashed best Sonic Generations is your favorite? What changed? I mean, Unleashed is just a really cool experience. Like, globe-trotting setting that's cool, like, great music, cool story, cool action scenes. I love God of War games, and I love how hard Sonic Unleashed is, or how difficult Sonic Unleashed is, and it's like in the daytime stages compared to the other Boost Sonic games. So Unleashed for me is just a really good package. So it's kind of got it all. After I replayed Unleashed for the PC port that came out last year, I was really just like, damn, this fucking game is good. We cover the Ratchet and Clank future games at some point. In some extent, yeah. As somebody mentioned, is that like... Hey, here's the thing. Sly 2 is like my favorite game ever made, but the thing about that is that like the gameplay is not that good. Or like the gameplay is like okay. Like otherwise, if you take the gameplay in a vacuum, like it's very repetitive, very formulaic. And, like, the other two characters do not have an easy time navigating the overworld, that kind of stuff. The gameplay is just kind of okay. But it's better than the sum of its parts. Do I take pride in being the same height as Batman? Of course. Always. Let's see. I have 100%ed Sly 1 many times, but obviously you can see I'm getting my ass kicked with this time trial right now. And yeah, it's because they're really difficult. I'd love to see you cover the Stalker games. They're like Fallout with looting. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I think I said it earlier in the stream. I haven't played them. So, I mean, maybe that'll happen at some point. I don't know. Okay, if I fail this one, we're going to do a different one. We're going to switch to a different one. Thank you for the donation, though. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes! Is Gen's 3DS is fun? I don't think so. I mean, I think it's okay, I guess. It's like an okay game. It's like, it's a game that's not worth seeking out, but it's alright. I think Ben Affleck is a good dude. I mean, I don't really know him, so I wouldn't know. This one is a lot easier than the last one because of this shortcut I just took. That shortcut saves a lot of time. Which, I mean, I would imagine it was dev intended. I would say I don't know him, and I haven't watched enough clips of him speaking to know about anything personal about Ben Affleck. Cunning Disguise is an easy one, but you just kind of have to have enough Lucky Charms to actually pull it off. Well, let me see how much money I have. Yeah. Yeah, you kind of have to be willing to take damage to get this one right. Did you know I'm building a PC soon? Well, I'm not a mind reader, so I didn't know that. But good luck. I've never built a PC. Oops. I mean, honestly, it's probably a good thing that I died, because I need more coins. Are you still a fan of Sarah J? She's made some awesome videos. I don't really know who that is, so I don't recall saying I was a fan of them to begin with. I just need a Lucky Charm so I can finish this. Because I need to get past, like, the darts at the end. Okay, wait, come on, come on. Come on, Sly, alright. It would be cool if Jays could show us tutorial Unleashed Recomp on mobile, although I doubt that ever happened. Well, I don't know how to play Unleashed Recomp on mobile. I don't even know if you can play Unleashed Recomp on mobile. That's one thing about, like, I thought was interesting, is whenever I do, like a mod video or, like, some kind of PC-related video, people tend to write in the comments, like, asking, like, troubleshooting questions in the comment section. I was like, I don't know. I didn't make the thing. I didn't have that problem. Like, I don't know how to solve your problems. If you have a problem with a mod or don't know how to install a mod, like, either Google it or ask the people who made it. They usually have, like, a Discord server or some kind of way to ask them questions. I look like a Giga Chad. I mean, that's praise I can accept. But who am I kidding? I can accept all praise. Okay, messed that one up. This is a very specific skip. I mean, this time trial is not even that bad if you do it normally, but, like, I'm trying to get this one very specific jump so that I can, like, easily skip, like, half the level in one go. think Sonic Prime is the worst Sonic cartoon. That one is Sly 4 bad also. I mean, I never really, I like watched maybe like a half of like the last season of Sonic Prime. I mean, I don't know. I guess Sonic Underground is the worst Sonic show. I don't really have an opinion on what the worst Sonic show is. I don't really watch them, so. Fuck. I'm restarting. Who's the video game character you identify with the most? Shadow the Hedgehog? Question mark. The answer to that question is like some kind of mix of like a bunch of them. I mean, as far as games I've played recently, I mean, I feel like my IRL everyday life, I'm very much like Gustav in Expedition 33. But then online, my online friends say I very much resemble Minoko. Or not resemble him physically, but personality-wise, they say I'm like Minoko. But, you know, I wish they'd say I was like Verso, because then I'd have good hair, good charm, and a sexy voice. So, yeah. Let's see, have you ever tried Crash Team Racing online? I did not. I didn't even know there was an online mod for CTR, but good to know. I'll have to remember that if I ever make a video on that game. Okay, restart. Yeah. Also, I mean, I guess like my favorite game characters like Sly Cooper and Dante and Leon are like great, but I mean, who do I like half of the words in my mouth either come from Sly or Bentley, so yeah, make it that way you will. Why can't I land on the thing? I'm really not doing good at this. The boat keeps jumping. Okay, boat keeps moving. Okay, come on. I'm like Loki in the Avengers, where I'm just like, this normally works. Wait. Alright, we're gonna have to do it legit now. Instead of wasting time. Least favorite Sonic character and why? The Deadly Six is a collective, I guess. So, seen any Disney cartoons? No, I have not. No, it's old news now, but you're excited for the new Naughty Dog game coming out. I mean, I'll certainly play it. I don't know when it's coming out, but I would certainly play it. Zelda is a series I actually used to be super passionate about. Not as much lately, because like the thing is, I have to be honest, I'm not really as interested. Also, you can't do a Ninja Spire jump on that point. The point isn't to Spire jump on it, which also we haven't unlocked yet. The point is that you're supposed to jump on top of it and jump to the boats later on the area so you can beat the stage with ease. Zelda, yeah, I used to be super into Zelda, but like I'm not really as interested in the like creative build your own game kind of Zelda thing we got going on. Like somebody mentioned Breath of the Wild earlier, and I thought Breath of the Wild was one of the best games of the last decade. But like I am just like with the series, like I didn't finish Tears of the Kingdom because I didn't really like it that much. Oh, I did not register that Spire jump thing was a joke. Well, now I know. But anyway, yeah, I mean, with Tears of the Kingdom, I just didn't really like it that much. I was like, this is like a well-made game, and it's very impressive as to how they could make a game that has this many different like combinations for kinds of stuff. But like, the creative element, the creative build-your-own-game element of Breath of the Wild wasn't really what I liked about that game. So Tears of the Kingdom kind of honing in on that aspect specifically just didn't really appeal to me inherently. I should put the chat in that blank blue space. Well, that's what I'll do next time. That way, if anyone's watching the replay, it'll probably be easy to see what the chat's all about right in the screen. So, yes, maybe that'll be a thing I do next. But yeah. What was I talking about? Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom. I just didn't really get into that game very much. So, and then I know that Echoes of Wisdom was also like a creative, like built like a type Zelda game. Like I said, this whole era of the series just doesn't interest me. Why can't I do this? It's actually annoying me now. Okay, I guess we're just gonna not do that. And like, and I know I already tried doing it normal, doing it legit, but like we're doing it legit again. Oh, shit. Damn it. Restart. The Auden trilogy? Never heard of it. So never played it. Now describe what I mean by build your own game. By that I mean, like, you know how, like, you watched with Breath of the Wild when it came out, there were all these, like, videos of people doing all this, like, creative and outlandish shit, like watching, like using the freeze maneuver to, like, launch themselves on a rock, like, thousands of feet in the air and, like, land really precisely at some other spot in the map. Like, that was pretty viral on Twitter, watch people play Breath of the Wild at high levels, and I feel like that kind of idea is kind of, like, what the leading philosophy of the Zelda series has been. It's just, like, Tears of the Kingdom is all about, you gotta, like, yes! There we go. I finally did it. That was, like, pixel perfect. But yeah, like, Tears of the Kingdom is very much about... Oh, come on! Fuck! I wasn't paying attention. Like, Tears of the Kingdom is like, oh, you gotta, like, build your own vehicles and build your weapons and stuff with, like, the crafting and fusing mechanic, and it's like, I don't know, I guess I'm not really as interested in that sort of thing. Especially because Tears of the Kingdom, like, doesn't really have a new map to engage with that much, and then, like, the game I thought was really hard, too, so I made it to, like, one dungeon, and then didn't finish the game, because I was like, this isn't really doing it for me, so. Okay, come on. We did it once, we can do it twice! Yes! Actually, wait. I guess that was easier than I thought. Are you sure? You're sure Freedom Planet doesn't interest you? I mean, I didn't really say Freedom Planet didn't interest me. I just more said that, like, I just never finished it. Alright. Now that that's out of the way, we can fight the boss fight. And we're like, how far in the game are we? 22%. Not bad. I swear those time trials get easier for later levels. Like, paradoxically, the time trials, I feel like, are the hardest for the first two levels, but then the last two levels, they're much easier. And now everyone will get to see the iconic scene that my videos always have, at least often, or like, usually how a lot of my sponsors end, where I'm like, so without further ado.
I'm ever so sorry. How sloppy of me not to finish the job. Obviously, we should have snuffed you out well. So, without further ado, exploding to gargantuan size and squashing you like the insignificant bug that you are.
Bring it on.
Ah, what a good game this is. Yeah, let's see. Best Ratchet and Clank Crack in Time, still best game in the series. This is my fave game. Well, here's the thing. I was gonna say I rather infamously said that I didn't think the game was as good as it was touted up to be, but I don't know how infamous that was. That was like 9 years ago. Oh my god. I was about to say like 7. I was like, no, that video was 9 years ago, as of this fall. But then, what was I about to say? Oh, right. Was that a Crack in Time? Back then, I had like a hate boner for those future games for being different and therefore ruined, I guess. When Crack in Time, I played it again a few years ago. It was pretty good. I think Crack in Time is the best non-PS2 Ratchet game. I think it's probably a better design. Oh shit! I almost got hit by that. That would have been embarrassing. Crack in Time is probably the best non-PS2 Ratchet game. It's probably a better designed game than Ratchet and Clank 1, but yeah, it's probably, I'll just say it's my 5th favorite game in the series. And yes, I am a lover of the good Sly Cooper quotes. Guilty as charged. Lock me up. Actually, don't lock me up. I don't want to do that, but you know, I mean, I like Sly lines.
Raleigh's section of the Thievius Raccoonus held detailed instructions on how to perform my ancestor Ryoichi Cooper's Ninja Spire Jump, a technique he developed while sneaking into Finding a way off Raleigh's boat got a little tricky with the untimely arrival of Inspector Fox, who, failing to find me,
Samurai Jack. Haven't like seen any of that in like 20 years. I don't really have a thought on that.
with the storm machine out of commission, boats found their way back.
Oh yeah, but before I even think about it, it's definitely one of my favorite things to say. That's from
My
Jack
gang and I
2.
loafed around England for a while, enjoying the pleasant weather.
Yeah, I love that.
And then
I
headed
love
back
that,
home,
using that line to
excited for our
transition
next
to
hike.
sponsors. I bet everyone when they hear that, when they see the torn clip in Jack 2, they're just like, oh crap, he's saying the thing. Apparently I missed a time trial? Which one? Oh, I didn't do High Class Heist. I forgot about High Class Heist. Okay, well, let's get into it. Did you saw that fan film of Sly Thieves United? Is that 3D animated thing that's like really popular on the Reddit these days? I don't. Is that what that is? Least favorite soundtrack of Sonic Generations. Planet Wisp Act 1. That's a pretty easy one. How do platformers like Sly 2 hold my attention? Nostalgia, that's how. Then again, most games I haven't already played before they have a hard time holding my attention anyway, so. Oh fuck, I'm already running out of time. These time trials are no fucking joke. Can I make it? Can he make it? Can he make it? The fuck! That was the camera's fault. That was the camera's fault, not mine. Wait, I missed the thing. Okay, gotta go back. I played a little bit of Bayonetta 1, and I played a little bit of Doom 2016. Never finished them, though. Like, I actually feel like this is why Sly 1, I think, is the most fun game in the series. Is like, these time trials are actually hard. Like, Sly Cooper as a game is meant to be easy. Like, the platforming requires very little of you in this game, but, like, man, these time trials use the simple mechanics really well. And do I consider 06 Sonic Adventure 3? I mean, I more or less just consider Sonic Heroes Adventure 3 because Sonic Heroes is the sequel to Adventure 2, but I mean... come on. Ah, fuck. If I can't make that, that was not my fault. I'll just choose to say that wasn't my fault. And I made it. But, I mean, yeah, Sonic 06 is pretty much like a fusion of what SA 1 and 2 were trying to do. So, yeah, those games are, that is that. I would agree with that. Alright, on to episode 2. Now we're an hour and 13 minutes into the stream. Kind of shows how short episode 1 of Sly 1 is. We probably would have been done by like with episode 1 by like the 50-minute mark
Next up,
if it wasn't for the
notorious
if
mugshot.
it wasn't for the how many times I had done Into the Machine.
What he lacked in brains, he definitely made up for in brawn. Turns out he wasn't always that way. He grew up as the run of the litter. A neighborhood weakling. The only friends he could turn to were usually found on the
Dogfather,
big
hit
screen.
movie.
It was there that he spotted his first gangster, and he knew instantly that that's what he wanted to be. He spent the rest of his youth working real hard to get there, fueled on his dreams of great power and respect. With enough perspiration, he realized that dream.
Enough perspiration, he realized that dream.
He'd become a hard-boiled...
Not that that's like a big $5 word. It's just more like, I've always just felt like Sly was just such a well-spoken character in the trilogy games. He just was not in the fourth one. Like, I was like, somebody was talking about Sly 3, and it was just like,
I've always wanted to go to that.
like he was talking about how like Jing King was abducted by an unscrupulous ruler like General Tsao. It's like, unscrupulous, that's not a word you'd hear in Thieves in Time. Would you ever be interested in playing the Oregon Trail? Oh my god, that brought me back. My sister and I used to play the Oregon Trail a lot on our computer in like 2002. Did you know The Weeknd did some songs in Spanish? I did not know that. I've been trying to like get into his older music because I just like I'm like obsessed with Starboy and like After Hours and like Dawn FM and Hurry Up Tomorrow. But like I listened to all of Kiss Land and Beauty Behind the Madness recently, and of course the original trilogy as well. I really liked House of Balloons, but I never I didn't finish Thursday, and I did finish Echoes of Silence, but I don't remember a lot of songs on it. But like House of Balloons like really resonated with me. Like all the songs like Morning and like High for This and like House of Balloons itself. Like I think that album just really resonated with me in a way that like Thursday and Echoes of Silence didn't on a first listen. But did like DD though, which is a remix of the famous, or not remix, a cover of the famous MJ song Dirty Diana. So that was pretty good. Never played the Oregon Trail. I keep calling it Oregon like a bodily organ when I'm trying to say like like the state, but you know what I mean. Like, yeah, I don't even remember how to describe the game, but it was just like what me and my like sister would do is we would just like write people we knew as like the characters on our trail, and we would just kind of see who died by the end. Like we thought that was really entertaining. The Puyo Puyo series. I never thought about reviewing that because I never tried it. So, let's see. Favorite supporting character in the God of War Norse games. That is a good one. I think I'm going to have to go with Tyr because I loved God of War Ragnarok, like Valhalla, the DLC. And Tyr, of course, wasn't a big character in the main game, but like I don't know, I guess what I just said was kind of a spoiler, but you know what I mean. If you played the game, you know. But like, I think the way Tyr helps Kratos in Valhalla was really great. But of course, I really like Brock and like Sindri are great too. Like Freya is really good. I mean, there's a lot of really good characters in those games. You just kind of understand where everybody's coming from. Like, Thor is so antagonistic in Ragnarok, but when you see him at the bar scene, how that affects like Thrud and stuff. I just like the story is really good in my opinion. Have I played Smash Bros? Nope, never heard of it. Nah, I'm just kidding. I've played every Smash Bros game. Used to be really into them when I was like 12 or whatever, and I thought Melee was like the best one ever because that's what YouTubers told me was the de facto opinion. But I don't know what Smash game I would say I like the most as of this moment in time. Do you know that Sonic 3's credits is a speed up version of Stranger in Moscow? I did know that. Yes. Team Fortress 2. Never played it. I'm not really that interested in a lot of competitive or multiplayer games in general. And I would like to say, for most of my life, I thought you were supposed to get these clue bottles by jumping up to them. But I'll have you know, that's not even, like, true. You're supposed to see this pipe that has no thief aura on it and climb this pipe. I didn't know that for the longest time. I'm sure I educated somebody on that pipe's existence just now. You don't have to lie. Everyone knows. You can admit it. I taught everyone that just now. Yeah, I think the God of War TV show going straight into like God of War 2018 is a mistake. Because I think that like God of War 2018 is like I think it's a way easier story to adapt than the God of War Classic, but the thing about that is that God of War Classic is also like really important context for who Kratos as a character is, and I think to skip over those games kind of like reduces the emotional impact that that was ridiculous. That kind of reduces the impact that God of War 2018 has. Like the scene where Kratos like has to go back to his house and like digs up the blades of chaos like halfway through the game, like with the roaring fanfare. Like that only hits if you played the original game. Original games rather. when we thought about reviewing the God of War games, I thought about reviewing them in the past, but I have a different idea in mind. I don't have a lot to say about the gameplay of God of War, so I think I'm just going to do a video on the story.
Press the circle to enter the vault code.
What's my favorite Sonic model? I mean, the current Sonic model, as bad as it looks now, I mean, the way it was used in Unleashed looks really good. Like, I feel like Unleashed is the best Sonic has looked in a game, but I also think, like, if you look at the art that Chaos X makes on Twitter, the creator of Project 06, like, the 06 models genuinely look really good when they're posed and rigged right.
Use the triangle button to toss your cap. Then use the
What
triangle
do I
button
prefer, Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, or Disney Channel? I mean, I don't really watch any of those things at this moment in time. When I was a kid, I liked Cartoon Network the most, I guess, as a kid, but, like, because, I mean, that's where, like, the action shows, like Ben 10, Justice League, and Teen Titans were on. But, like, I loved watching SpongeBob when I was a kid. I also loved watching Fairly Odd Parents. It's more like a background kind of show. Like, Fairly Odd Parents is, like, if there's nothing else on, I'd watch that. But then, I loved watching Boomerang, because that's, like, a lot of great cartoons were on, like reruns of the Batman run, Boomerang, and then, what else? Is like Disney Channel. There wasn't a lot on Disney that I liked watching by myself. Like on Nickelodeon, I'd loved watching Dick, Drake, and Josh and stuff. But like, there were a lot of Disney sitcoms and like Nickelodeon sitcoms that like the whole family would watch. So there's that. Ever played the director's cut of 3D Blast? I mean, a little bit. I kind of talked about it in my video on 3D Blast last year. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a preference for styles of God of War. Like, for me, God of War 3 and God of War 2018 are my two favorite games in the series. So, I don't really have a preference for either one. Because for me, if you replay, like, say Kratos is a one-note character in the classic games, is a little bit reductive. Because, like, you know, if you play God of War 1, Kratos isn't really like a one-note angry guy. He's actually like really desperate and depressed. Like that's like the first game. Then in the second game, he's like a rage machine. And in the third game, he's also one. But like, you know, that's what the story was building up to. And then like I think God of War 2018 is a really natural exploration of like what kind of happens to that kind of character later in life. Like a story of revenge that ends with the main character getting the revenge where they don't die at the end. Like Kratos doesn't die at the end of God of War 3. So, like, what do you do next with that character? And I think the answer to that question really is, like, they become kind of, like, alone and a little bit miserable and find new reasons to live. Like, I think, like, God of War Norse games build off the Greek ones really well. At least that's just how I felt about it as someone who played all those games for the first time a couple of years ago. Oh, shit. You see, I don't even know how to pronounce that genre of music that you're saying in the chat, which is why I haven't answered that question. I'm pretty sure that's like reggae music. I don't know how to pronounce it right, and I feel like I might have just said something really embarrassing. So that's why I haven't answered the question, and I also don't have an answer to the question, so. I just personally think Kratos' arc from God of War 1 all the way through God of War Ragnarok Valhalla is really compelling, emotionally speaking. Oh god, this is like... It's not going well. This run is not going well. Am I going to review Spectacular Spider-Man? I mean, probably not. I mean, I don't know. I just don't... For me, cartoon reviews, the juice just ain't worth the squeeze, in my opinion. Like... I don't really have a lot to say about the ones I haven't covered, and the problem is that, like, the copyright is just such a pain in the ass. It's just, in my opinion, it's just not worth it. What was it like playing Expedition 33 since you don't play RPGs? Here's the thing. I sucked ass at that game. Like, I was so bad at the game. Like, unbelievably bad at the game. Like, just not reading the rules and just kind of being like, damn, this game is really hard. And then just kind of brute forcing it. But, like, I loved the game because I thought the parrying attacks was, like, really satisfying and the story was really compelling and the world, like, was really amazing. So, like, like the parrying, I understood how to do that because I played Devil May Cry, and then like Verso's S rank mechanic, I was really able to get a grip with that because of the fact that I played Devil May Cry. But then like, and of course I could use Gustav because his character mechanic is supposed to be super easy to understand because he's the first character you play as. But then like, yeah, I was just not paying attention to how Stains worked as Lune or like how Foretell's worked as CL. I just was not paying attention. Like, just truly not at all. Well, the problem with saying no copyright law in the universe can stop me when it comes to reviewing cartoons on YouTube is that at some point you have to pay your bills. And if you don't make money on your videos, then you can't pay your bills. So, with that in mind, yeah, I will be making cartoon videos very sparingly. It's a music genre from Panama and Puerto Rico that blends reggae, dancehall, and hip-hop. It's the origin. It's known for, well, you know, I honestly just am interested in getting into more music in general. I take some music classes here and now. I can play a couple of songs on the acoustic guitar, and I tried getting into piano, but I thought it was really hard, so I didn't really get super far into it. But I was able to do Jingle Bells. I was able to do a Jingle Bells on my piano, or my keyboard, rather. But, yeah. Would love to do more music stuff. Have I seen Spark the Electric Jester 3? I have seen it, yeah. I ain't never played it. What do the Japanese dub of Colors say instead of copyright law in the universe? I don't know. Don't know. Fun fact, I've never actually beaten Virgil's campaign in DMC3 because I think Virgil plays like shit in DMC3. What inspired you to become a YouTuber in the first place? Please explain my deep dark backstory. Not an exact quote, he didn't actually say deep dark backstory, but anyway. For me, I was always just like liked computers and stuff. Like when I was like a 2-year-old, when I was at my aunt's house, and my dad was just like, he's got to play outside today. And then like, so she unplugged the computer, and I just crawled behind it. She told me it was broken. I just crawled behind it and said, it's not broken, it's just unplugged. And she's like, well, can't beat that. So then, like, when I was like growing up, like every like babysitter I had or whatever, I would like tell them the story of Sly 2, like point by point, and how it connects and how like plot twists like relate to each other. Like, yeah, like I thought, like I was just like really blown away by that story in a way that I hadn't been by like anything else I had ever seen. So then when I'm like 10 years old, I'm watching YouTube. Like, and I find out there are people, like, some call me Johnny, who was the first one I ever saw, who, like, review video games and give their thoughts on them as, like, their thing. And I was like, that's gotta be me, bro. And I was, like I said, I was, like, 10 years old at the time, and, I just, like, always wanted to do it. And then when I was, like, 12, I started making videos on my dad's YouTube account. One of them I still have a copy up to this day. None of them still exist on YouTube anymore, though. Then... what was I about to say? Yeah, so I did that, and I realized even at that time as like a 12-year-old, I was just kind of like, I just needed to like wait for my like voice to get deeper so I could be taken a little more seriously. So then 3 years later, I finally get my own like laptop and start making videos. I was biding my time the whole time. Yep. That is the answer to that.
Okay, so what do I do?
Also, I thought Sly 4 was so fuck ass that like I needed to like expose it on YouTube, which no one else had done. So I was like, I gotta do it.
I'll do my best.
Oh my goodness, it's the Golden Bolt. I didn't know there was gonna be famous people on the stream.
Time to move, Sly. Nice shot.
Might do a Sly 2 stream, maybe. Maybe I will. When will there be a new Ratchet and Clank game? Well, hey, the Golden Bolt's in the chat. You could ask him. He's the expert on the subject. But my answer is there'll probably be a new Ratchet and Clank game when the next PlayStation console is released. Or at the very least, like, the Insomniac Games leak said they were trying to shoot, the one from a few years ago said they were trying to shoot for 2029 for, like, the next Ratchet and Clank, so maybe then, I don't know.
I'm really close. Awesome.
I love doing Murray's big, what is this mission called? Murray, I want to say Murray's Big Score. I think it's Murray's Big Gamble is the name of it. But like, I love doing this mission because I love shooting the enemies the moment they come on the screen. But I didn't want to say anything because if I have like cool people, like lots of subscribers watching me, I don't want to be like, oh, I'm so based at this gameplay and then suck ass. That'd be really embarrassing. Murray's Big Gamble was the name. I think I was confusing it for Kevin's Big Score from Ben 10 Alien Force. This is Ranger Rumble Erasure. You know what? That's true. I like literally forgot that existed. I haven't played it, so I don't know how that is. Never tried it. Secret Agent Clank 100% run. That's what the Golden Bolt should make a stream of, because I know I'm not playing that. Alright, speaking of embarrassing myself, I'm definitely going to do it right now. Because, like, this race is really way harder than it really should be. Is there a key in it for the winner? Why don't you just steal it? Like, how about this? How about this? Hear me out. Check it out. Murray does the race. And whether he wins or not, Sly Cooper, the renowned thief, just sneaks over to the winner's lot, like, takes the key and leaves. Perfect solution. Are they stupid? Ding, like the Cinema Sins, ding. Oh my god, that just guy went flying. That guy needs an ambulance. Oh shit, wait, come on. Alright, third place, first lap, not good. Or no, that is good, I meant to say. It's actually not bad. Okay, I'm back in fourth place. Come on. But we're gonna win first try, chat. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna win first try. Yeah, this race really is just like, I only ever win the race if like the AI fucks up for the other racers. That's usually it. Like, whereas the other one in China is a lot easier. Trying to lock in right now. I boosted into the ground. Not great. I'm not gonna win. Let's see what was happening in the chat during that. What series is best OST between Sonic, DMC, and Mega Man? Okay, I'll get to that in a second. Race is annoying. A key win as a result of a race. What is this, Sly 4? Well, I mean, in Sly 4, you don't even steal the key, nor do you win it for racing it. Like, during the mission, during that part of the mission where, like he's like, after all, no, Sly, don't say it. That's how I roll. During that scene, like, the key just, like, falls out of the other guy's pocket, so you don't even steal it, nor do you win it, so. Anyway, what was I talking about? Best OST. I mean, the thing is, obviously Sonic and Mega Man have a significantly larger library of music than Devil May Cry by virtue of having so many more games. But I would say though that like Bury the Light and like Devil Trigger and like newly released Sin Devil Trigger are like some of the best songs ever made for a video game. And of course the series has other bangers that are all-time gaming greats like Devils Never Cry and like Shall Never Surrender and stuff, but like the DMC5 vocal tracks are genuinely some of the best songs ever made for a game because they're like actual like musical masterpieces. But I would say that like Bury the Light and like Devil Trigger are better songs than anything Sonic or Mega Man have ever done, except like the Titan themes from Sonic Frontiers, like Undefeatable and stuff. Like those are like the best vocal tracks in any Sonic game, in my opinion. Okay, like, I thought the internet went out just now. Oh, shit, I fucking quit the mission by accident. Fuck. Okay, I thought the stream went out for a second there, but it did not. It was just my browser, like, stopped loading. Does YouTube allow you to do polls where people can vote? I mean, you can do polls on YouTube, yeah.
Murray, what's going on down there?
Well, I drove to this hot dog stand for a quick snack, and the next
Did
thing
you
you
know
getting
we're in a recent ongoing memory shortage caused by... Oh, you mean we are in a memory shortage? I mean, I heard, like, GPUs are ridiculously expensive now because of data centers and AI and stuff. So, didn't know that. Also, I used to really love the Jak 3 soundtrack, but then after B-Mask, like, basically, like, talked about it being, like, really MIDI and stuff in his video, I was like, I can't unsee that. I don't know how I didn't notice that before, but I kind of can't really unsee that. I still do really like the soundtracks of the first two games, though, and Jak X especially is really great. As I was saying before, I went silent for a second, is that, like, yeah, the Frontiers Titan themes are the best songs in Sonic history. And, like, I still love the old Sonic vocal themes because of nostalgia, but, like, when you really think about it, I was like, man, I've really grown out of liking Crush 40. Like, I mean, I used to, like, enjoy those songs a lot. But now I'm like, I love the nostalgia of them. But, like, I don't really love them as songs. I'm just more into R&B and soul music now. Okay, wait, we gotta lock in, guys. We gotta lock in. Although Endless Possibility from Sonic Unleashed, that's actually my favorite Sonic vocal theme. The live version from the Symphony is fantastic. Alright, we got it, we got it. Once you get in first place, it's pretty impossible to lose, unless you have, like, a cataclysmic failure. But at this point in the track, that's kind of hard to anticipate, or kind of hard to, like, imagine getting one. Although I say that as he's gaining. Really like my videos. Why, thank you. Oh, His World. The His World's another really good one, but that's also not a Crush 40 song, so it tracks. His World and Dreams of an Absolution, those are great songs. Oh. Oops, I thought I was gonna hit that guy. I thought I was gonna get away with that. I did not. I failed. I flopped. I've always loved doing that. I mean, yeah, Crush 40. I feel like any song from Sonic that Crush 40 covers, I just think the original is always better.
Would you look at that ugly mug?
I am, and I find it infinitely fascinating.
Huh?
My X-ray detection devices reveal that a secret elevator to Mugshot's penthouse is contained within that giant head.
So, how do we get in?
Behind this locked wall, there's a lever that summons the elevator. But you need all 7 keys to open it up.
I'm on it.
Alright, let's do it. I should play RZ, the Jewel of Faramore. It's based on the first 2 Zelda CDI games. That game did look kind of funny. I mean, I never played it, obviously, but I've never played the CDI games either. Except for Ungravitify, I love the Crush 40 remix. I don't think I've ever listened to the Crush 40 remix of that song. Or at least if I have, it's been a very long time. But I do love the original.
See those neon tubes?
But I think in general, it's just sort of been a long time since I last listened to any Sonic
But
music
with
in
your
general.
breathing skills, I bet you could pull it off.
Oops. Oops. When you said Vinesauce voiced a character in the game, for a second there I thought you were talking about Sly. I was like, wait, what? But no, you're talking about that CDI parody game. You know, me and my friends met Vinny at Too Many Games a few years ago. I mean, I didn't meet him. I was sick as hell. That was 2022 when we went to Too Many Games. Like, our whole Airbnb got, like, completely, like, sick. Like, it was like, the sickness, like, procedurally went through the house, infecting every single person day by day. And then on my way back, I also tested positive for COVID, which really sucked. But yeah. What is my biggest hot takes when it comes to the Sly series? I don't know if these are hot takes, but, like, I think the gameplay of Sly Cooper taken in a vacuum isn't really that great. I mean, I just think the games are held up by, like, the combination of gameplay, art direction, characters, voice acting, story writing. Like, I think the complete package is what makes Sly what it is. And that is why Sly 4 is not a game I am very fond of. But, yeah. That's kind of it for me. I don't know if there's a hot take I have that isn't that. I mean, I'm glad the movie was canceled. I mean, I don't know, that's a hot take. It looked terrible. So. I think Sly 1 is like the only conventionally fun game to play in the series. I don't know if that's a hot take. Ultra Kill. I never played that. I don't even know what it looks like. I just know it exists. I don't know anything about it. Personally rank them. I would personally rank them Sonic, DMC, Mega Man are all interchangeable. And also, I mean, like, it's hard to compare, I guess, because, like, with Mega Man, like, with DMC, you're looking at, like, a series where all the music is, like, CD quality, and like has like some actual like lyrical odysseys, like Bury the Light in it. Whereas Mega Man, like it's a lot of chiptune music, or whatever you call it. Like it's hard to compare the two. But then, I also just really, I think I talked about this in my Mega Man 11 video. I really don't like a lot of the music for Mega Man 11 in game, and I think Mega Man 12 is gonna have that same like synthy sounding, retro game sounding music. I don't know how to describe it, but I really don't care for that style of music for games, especially when it's trying to be like retro without being bit crunched or whatever you want to call it. What are my thoughts on the Ghost games being an anthology? I mean, I never finished Ghost of Tsushima, I never played Ghost of Yotei, so I don't know. But I will say that the game, an anthology series makes sense. I mean, like, having the balls to make an anthology series is also good, because that way you can kind of keep making these games and iterating upon them without having to continue the story. Like Sly and like Sly 3 and like Infamous 2 have like definitive endings, so making more games is kind of hard under that circumstance. Not that I finished or played Infamous 2, but I just know that it has a definitive ending. Or it has multiple endings, but like either way, the story is done. But you know what I'm trying to say. Thoughts on Breath of the Wild? I thought Breath of the Wild was like one of the best games of the last decade. I think this is the 4th key, I'm pretty sure. It's like, I mean, there's like 3 more levels. No, this is the 5th key. There's 2 more levels. Mega Man Zero audio dramas. I've never seen those. Or listened to them. They would be Japanese only, right? I'm assuming someone's translated the transcript. Oh my god, Mighty Number 9 will be a decade old this year? That was sick. I did not need to know that. Like, I don't know, it's just so weird to accept that things that I remember coming out pretty vividly are like a decade old, and like things that happened when I was a YouTuber are a decade old. I don't know, that's just weird.
The only one making wrong turns is you, Sly. I'd suggest you surrender before I paralyze you with my good friend, the shock pistol.
Now see, a girl whose best friend's a firearm's got issues. Little dinner, little dancing. I think I can help you out.
Sounds romantic. As long as you don't mind dining in jail.
Nah, I hear the service is lousy.
Once I catch you, you'll know for yourself.
Who else can make an interesting video? Sonic 06, 20 years later. Well, I'm sure somebody's going to make a Sonic 06 20 years later video, but as for me, I said everything I could possibly have to say about 06 in my video on it from 2020. Besides, I guess, the upcoming PC release, fan PC release, and of course the Project 06. Never heard of the Mega Play version of Sonic 1, don't know how it is. I do remember when Vine was popular. I never really watched I never had an account or watched videos on Vine, but I do remember when it was a thing, yeah. Now, I'm gonna sound like such an old person when I say this, but was 21, was that a Vine? I don't remember, like, where a lot of those memes even came from. I always forget that one cool bottle, so I'm glad we swiped it just now. Yeah, I mean, when, like, people complain about, like, Gen Alpha and their 6-7s and stuff, but, I mean, I don't know. When I was in high school, everyone was saying 21 to each other. And other random stuff. So, is any generation truly immune? Ah, man, we missed one. Do I have the upgrade for this? Oh, thank God it's nearby. There it is. I'm actually unsure if we're going to beat the game today or if we're going to need a part 2, because I have never actually completed this game 100% in a single sitting. So we will see if I can complete the task or not. Yeah, these nuts. I remember that one. Yep.
Oh yeah, this will come in handy. It's
My thoughts on Halo coming to PS5. Well, good question. Don't have a lot of thoughts on Halo coming to PS5 specifically, but I don't know if Tactical Bacon Productions is still watching, but he and I are talking on the phone all the time, and I talk about this basically all the time. But like, I can say that it would be my first time saying it on video, but I truly believe that the Xbox console is soon not going to be a thing that exists. Like, think of it like this. The Xbox, for one, it's only really popular in America because, like in Japan, I guess they're not really interested in hardware made by other companies or other countries. And then, like, Microsoft with the Xbox One, as we all know, was trying to do the whole all-digital model, streaming model, like the all-digital download model, like before, like 10 years before it was in style. So I think Microsoft has been kind of interested in that. I think Microsoft has been interested in not having like a traditional disc-based console for a long time. But like I said, I think the Xbox One was just kind of like before anybody in the consumer side was really that interested in that. I truly believe the direction Xbox is going in is that, like, Xbox will stop being like a console and like might become like a Roku stick where like you connect to the thing and you stream the game, and like you get like your Game Pass or whatever, and then you like stream the game. And that's it. Like, I'm not going to say that's going to happen soon, but I truly believe that like that is like the end goal of Xbox that Microsoft has in mind. And like there will soon, like I really can't imagine there being like a what are we up to, like the 5th Xbox? I can't imagine. I don't know. You know, Series X I think is the 4th Xbox. So yeah, like, I can't imagine there being a 6th one. You know, maybe there'll be a 5th one, but I don't really see them being a 6th. Maybe I'll be wrong, but I'm thinking Microsoft wants to take Xbox in a different direction from like consoles, because they like gave up on exclusives a long time ago. And clearly just kind of want like the all-in-one thing, which is kind of funny. Is that like the Xbox One's main gimmick is really obsolete. Like the main gimmick was that it was going to be like the one-stop shop where you could like play Blu-rays and like have all the streaming apps and play games, which is like, well, now that everyone has a smart TV and like a Roku stick or whatever, like, yeah, I don't really see that. I feel like that's kind of like a lame gimmick for a console. I have been making YouTube videos since I was 14, about to turn 15. I am now 25. I had to quickly like be like 25. Like I had to like quickly think about it real quick. I kind of forget how old I am sometimes. Am I excited for RE9? I am excited to play the game, but yeah, I'm not like hyped for the game, because I don't really get hyped for games, as I was saying earlier in the stream. Do I have a Switch? I do. I don't really use it a lot, but I do own one. Yeah, I do. I'm excited for RE9. I think it's going to be a really good game. But we'll see where it's going to rank in on the series hierarchy for me. Big love from Portugal. Why, thank you.
I could have broken this code in my sleep.
Is 19 years old too old to start YouTube? I mean, I started it when I was like 14. I mean, a lot of people start doing it when they're adults. I mean, I don't think there's no right time to start making a YouTube channel. It's just sort of if you have an idea and you have thoughts you want to share, then you can start making videos. It's free, so. But again, my advice is always don't expect to be good when you start doing it, because there's no such thing as a good first video.
Uppercut technique. He used to make fake stand-ups of himself to confuse guards into attacking the wrong thing. Use the triangle button to put together.
Like, it took me, like, at least, like, a year and a half in to have videos that were, like, consistently watchable. Like, hold on. I made videos, some videos that were above the bar of watchable in 2016, but never, like, consistently. And then, in 2015 and 16, I was really just kind of learning how to make videos, and then in 2017 and 18, I was just a totally pretentious asshole. And then 2019 was kind of like, I was working hard, but it was kind of more of the same. 2020, I was kind of like a transition towards what I'm like right now. And then we have 2021, 2, and 3 are my best years, in my opinion, and 2024 and 5 and now, I mean, it's kind of like very consistent, but like still, for me, my favorite era was 2021 through 3. Yeah, Frank's right. Anyone who tells you they made a good first video is a liar. Or, to be fair and balanced, that person is a person lacking in self-awareness. So maybe they're not necessarily lying. They're just a moron. I mean, yeah, if you have, like, I was gonna say, like, if you're somebody who's already has experience, like, making content, like, if you make, like, let's say, a second channel after years of experience, technically, your first video might be good in that case, but I was kind of referring to, like, if you're just, like, some greenhorn, like, you have no idea how to make a good video or anything, the odds of it being good at first is not what you should, focus on. You should focus on releasing anything, anything, and taking it from there. Like getting feedback on it and seeing how you can improve in small ways, and you'll just eventually find your groove at some point on your own. Did you know that you got mentioned on Exo Paradigm Gamers TV Tropes page? I wonder why you don't have a TV Tropes page. Well, I'm actually glad I don't. If only because, like, there's, like, an article about me on, like, the YouTuber wiki, and, like, I would hate to be the kind of guy who's like, actually, that's not true, actually, that's not right, you were actually incorrect about this. Like, I don't want to be the guy who, like, runs in and is just like, actually, here's all the correct factual information. Like, for example, the YouTube wiki says my first review was Jak and Daxter: The Precursor Legacy, when that's not true. It was Sly 1. But, like, the original uploads of my Sly Trilogy retrospective that came before Precursor Legacy were deleted. And also it says that, like, I reviewed Sly 4 first and then came back to the trilogy later. But again, that's because the original trilogy was, like, deleted. Well, you know, honestly, Excalibur, that is a good way to look at it. Is like, it really is, honestly, how you should approach life in general. Like, just give it a shot. Try different stuff, see what happens, and, like, see what you want to bring to the table. Kind of like emulate people who I think are, who you like on YouTube, and then, like, find your own style later. I mean, that's basically goes for sports, that goes for, like, music, that goes for anything, really. Just like YouTube. It's just like, it's all about just trying it. Like, laboring over how to make a perfect anything at first is just not going to be how it matters. It's not how you get anything done. Alright. So far, so good. Famous last words, I know, but so far, so good. Oh, fuck. 10 seconds. Can we make it? Can we make it? Can we make it? Can we make it? Oh, we made it. I'll go 2 to tango next, yeah. Alright, 2 to tango. I remember this run can usually get killed at the end if you don't react to Carmelita fast enough. And if you get... Oh, fuck. That was funny. What an idiot I was for my inability to predict that. But yeah, like, this run can get killed also because you have to smash the glass at the end really fast, so... And yeah, I mean, like, doing crowd pleaser content, yeah, it's never exactly the best way to go about it. I mean, my example of this isn't so dramatic, but it is also just kind of like, in my YouTube career, it was kind of like, I distinctly remember, like, the angry segments from, like, Mega Man 04, or, like, Mega Man 01 even, or, like, the ZX games. It was kind of just because, like, I thought people were, like, into that because of, like, the X6 popularity, but it was like people were into that because they don't like X6, and then it's like, I don't know, it's just really forced. And then also, like, I wasn't doing it because of the audience, but I remember, like, again, I talk about myself, my videos from 2017 and 18, like, I was a really pretentious idiot, an annoying asshole, who's criticizing things for the sake of criticizing them. Oh, are we gonna make this one? We're gonna make it, we're gonna make it, we're gonna make it. Oh, we made it. I just, remember that, like, I was just being so pretentious in videos and, like, being like, I had to criticize stuff because you're supposed to make long videos and criticize things. Like, I don't know, it just sort of felt like an obligation more than anything I actually wanted to do. So, yeah. You know, I once had a crazy idea for a stream, which was like 100%ing all 3 Sly games in like one sitting or whatever. I think that was like for my like 45,000 subscribers goal, which was I think like 5 years ago. No, not 5 years ago. That was like, I don't know. No, not 45. It was like some subscriber milestone in 2021. I don't remember what. But, like, I never ended up doing it, but I did have an idea for it, at the very least. Remember when I said earlier that, like, these time trials get easier with each level in the game? Like, one from episode 1 are the hardest in the fucking game. But then, like, this one, I haven't messed up a single one. Yeah, I was thinking about 100%ing the Sly trilogy on live stream. Why I haven't done that. I mean, like, this game is probably going to take me, like, 5 hours. Or, like, maybe 4.5. Sly 2 would take me, like, 8 or 9 hours. And then Sly 3 would take me, like, 9 or 10. So that would be, like, a 24-hour stream. I don't really have the energy for that right now. Yes, I love making that jump. That skip right there to save a few seconds. And I believe that is all of them. Now, is it all of them? We got Rocky Start, Boneyard Casino, 2 to Tango, Straight to the Top, and Back Alley Heist. That's all of them. I remember my third review of this game, I like quoted this entire scene like word for word, like with like just thinking about it out loud, like in the video I did that. It's like, yeah man, this game's dialogue, pretty memorable. What can I say?
Wait a second. I seen that stick before.
Maybe when my father knocked your block off with it.
Your father? Wow. You're a Cooper? You know that Thingus Rackamagookus had a lot of nice pictures, but way too many big words.
So you
I'm
don't
not
mind
just
me
handing it over. Wow, what are you kidding? You break into my place, steal my stuff, trash the joint. I feel transgressed and violated. Let's rock. Love that in this game. Like, love that, like, the dialogue, like, for Mugshot is always, like, he's, like, an idiot. Like, half the time, like, he'll be like, you know, that Thingus Rackamagookus had a lot of nice pictures, but way too many big words. And then just busts out big words himself a second later. Like, it's like the game doesn't, like, draw attention to how funny that is, but it's just kind of like, it's just casually funny. Like, in Sly 3, when you hit him and he's just like, there goes my solar plexus. I already got that one. Oh, fuck, I wasn't looking at the screen. Also doesn't help that I would probably, like, normally have a Lucky Charm when doing a boss fight, because, like, you know, when you do the time trials, your Lucky Charms are removed, so, like, I don't have any right now. I normally do the time trials after the game is over, but I thought it would be better for the stream brevity to just do them on the way. wonder if any Jay's Reviews catchphrases have reached meme status. I mean, there is my favorite line, which is, what an idiot I was for my inability to intuit that, or whatever other word I use. But of course, if you watched the Claire Obscure Expedition 33 analysis, you would know that I stole it from Metropolis Zone in his Mega Man X7 video, where he was like, the countdown, the activation of which sets the countdown in motion, triggering the blah, blah, blah. Then he's like, what an idiot I was for my inability to predict that. And, you know, he was really cringed out by my playing that old clip of him in the video. But that was my revenge for making me look like a tool, or making me look like a total buffoon over Expedition 33. But yeah, well, that was my revenge for me having to admit defeat and say that I played the game and liked it, so... But you know what's funny is that with Mega Man X7 RZ is that he was like, that's so cringe, and I was like, dude, that's like the funniest line I ever heard in my life. I'm stealing it. He's like, you can have that cringy line. And then like I was like, okay, I will. And then of course everyone in the audience loves it. And then he's like, you stole my line. And I'm like, dude, you said I could have it. And he's like, I didn't say you could have shit. And then, like, I was like, he's like, prove it. And of course, I go through the DMs, and conveniently, the message where he said I could have it didn't seem to appear. So maybe I made it up, but who could say?
Getting out of town proved to be a little more challenging than getting in. Having just missed us, Inspector Fox went for the next best thing and dragged that canine steroid case off to jail. That was the end of Mugshot's gambling.
Somebody actually tweeted at me to say the line Bart meme in regards to the what an idiot I am for my inability to predict that. But the thing is, unlike Bart in the meme,
and then returned to Paris,
I love saying what an idiot I am for my inability to predict that. I could do it any old day. Frank, you're right. It must have been in VC. That is the answer. It is always the answer for confirmations that mysteriously don't exist.
The third member of the Fiendish Five was the infamous voodoo priestess, Ms. Ruby.
Did I skip the vault in the prologue?
Born into a family of mystics,
I have not
other
skipped
children found
anything
her
vault so
terror,
far, so I don't think so.
teaching herself to summon the undead.
You have to open it,
provided
and the
what
code is
future she had.
937, so...
A career in crime allowed an adult Ms. Ruby to punish the world for fearing her as a child. Chief mystic for the Fiendish Five, her powers allowed them to break both the laws of man and nature at the same time. Yet despite the whirlwind success of her youth, she managed to slip into obscurity. Last known sightings claim she headed out of civilization and deep into the Haitian jungle.
Alright, time for Sly Cooper in Vicious Voodoo. Cool level we got here. But hey, we're now at 50% completion. Skipping the first vault lets you open the final one without beating Clockwork. Are we talking about the one in Carmelita's office? Or are we talking about the one in the first level?
Sorry, Sly, but this is one mission you will have to accomplish without me.
You don't believe in ghosts, do you?
Sure I do.
Because if so, that would actually be pretty useful. Like the owl dialect vault, that was always pretty stupid anyway. Like how I would have designed Sly 1, I would have just made it so, like, you know, when you unlock the last Thievius Raccoonus pages, you unlock that final cutscene where, like, you know, Sly's like, you know, the same weight that all my ancestors felt between their arms, like I got the chance to earn it. You know, that scene. That's meant to trigger when you get the last page of the book. Whereas I would have just let you get all the pages, forget the whole owl dialect thing, and then just like that cutscene will just trigger after the regular ending and then the credits play, if you already had all the pages. I know technically, like, I think it's probably tied to the fact that you're supposed to end the game after the final boss, and then Bentley's like, I hate to tell you this, Sly with the Thievius Raccoonus isn't complete, but check out, my friend from Japan sent me this really cool movie, and it's all about us. And then you watch, like, the animated anime intro cutscene. But I would have just like had like an alternative dialogue to unlock that without the part where it's like, I hate to tell you this Sly thing. I would like, I don't know. I feel like there were ways around that which didn't require an owl dialect vault. Playing it on original hardware. I'm playing on an emulator on PC. See, I'm really wondering if, like we're like 3 worlds. We're starting the 3rd world right now. I'm really curious if I'm going to be able to do it without anyone sitting, without just being like, God, my ass hurts and I want to get up now. But, cause like, I've definitely been able to beat this game in one sitting. I could any % Sly 1 in one sitting. I could do it easily. Vaultless one sitting, although I haven't done a vaultless Sly 1 playthrough in like well over like 10 years. But like, oh, I forgot what I was about to say. It was that, like, I've never done a 100% run. I mean, I'm sure by the end of this stream's probably going to end, and I'll be like, my ass hurts, I need to leave now, goodbye. And that'll be that. But, yeah. But, I'm just very curious if we'll make it that far. Because, again, we're only 2 hours in, we're on the 3rd level, so...
You'll need that key on top of a tiki pedestal in the guard compound. There's a bad mojo force field protecting it, so you'll have to destroy all 5 of the purple candles surrounding it.
No problem.
Don't get cocky or you'll end up with your head shrunk to the size of a pea. You've got to get past those voodoo guards, and I'm warning you, they're mean and they work like a team.
So do we, buddy.
In the PS5 version of this game, there's a trophy for killing all these guards without raising an alarm, which was an interesting one to get. What's the best way to play the trilogy? In my opinion, if you have a PS4 or a PS5, getting that version of the trilogy is the best. The PS3 collection is, in my opinion, the worst. But if you got a PS2, you can play that. And if you have a PC, you can emulate the PS2 version. So, there's lots of ways to do it.
You've done it! The mojo force field is down, and you can steal the key! Press the circle to enter the vault code. If I did my math right, and I always do my math right, then the combination has got to be 588.
How tall am I? I am 6'2". Or technically 6'1 1/4". 6'2".
Electrified! Kelly McCooper's notes on how to harness the electromagnetic field created by a rolling raccoon. Now your raccoon roll move will really pack a punch. Plus, it should give you a nice tingling sensation.
Now we got the lethal raccoon roll, which is very good. Sly 2 is next. Maybe that could be the next stream. Maybe the next stream will be something else. Maybe next stream will be a PO6 or Jack and Daxter or something that isn't that. I don't know.
Coming off Ms. Ruby herself.
I think you're right, Sly. If you want
How would I feel if Dante was added to the next Smash Bros. Game? I feel like Dante is a pretty inevitable pick for the next Smash game, so I would like to see that. Also, I don't really like playing Smash Brothers though, because I find the games really frustrating. So, like, I don't know, Smash Bros is like equal part party and fighting game, so like I find that it's kind of annoying to play, but also a good party game at the same time.
What's with this industrial strength voodoo gate? Ms. Ruby must really be trying to keep something out.
Or maybe she's trying to keep something in.
It's a pretty cool game we got here. it actually might just be Jay's Reviews on the camera right now. It actually might be him. I think it might even be him. Low-key, it's kind of awkward because I feel like the chat right now is like very heavily talking about Kamen Rider, but I have no idea what that is. So yeah, I have nothing to say.
Did you see those reeds move? There's something huge under there. You better get going.
Oh, I almost missed that one. That'd be embarrassing. I do have a Twitter account, but like if you linked me episodes of Kamen Rider, I mean, I would never watch them, to be honest. So like I would probably be like, oh yeah, I'll get to that at some point, and then never watch it a day in my life. So there's that. Fuck. All right, I guess I have to do that whole section again. Like we all know we have that thing where we're like, man, maybe I'll watch that, but then like half of those, maybe like 25% of those you actually watch, but then like the other like 75% you just probably are never gonna see. There's just too much TV on TV. Cliche saying notwithstanding, but you know, it's true. I mean, actually that reminds me, and if I'm gonna rant about my grievance of today, is that like, I recently watched the first season, or only season of Pluribus, or however you say that, and it was actually really good, in my opinion. Vince Gilligan cooks again. Oh, fuck. We need to go back. We need that clue. No! Anyway. But then I was upset because, like, the season 1 ends on a cliffhanger. So I was like, oh, okay, well, when's season 2 coming out? There's only like, 9 episodes. And then when's season 2 coming out? And then season 2 doesn't come out. Apparently Vince Gilligan said season 2 is not coming out for like a while, even though Apple TV ordered 2 seasons. And it's like, they gotta be like writing season 2 right now. I was like, damn, we should have been writing season 2 already. Like, I don't know why, it's just like, there's so many things to watch on streaming, and everything takes so fucking long to make, because every TV show is like a series of mini movies instead of TV. And it's just like, I don't know, man. We used to get the new season every year with 30 episodes, because TV used to be made on the cheap. But then, like, somebody once brought up a point, which is that it was probably easier to do that with TV back then, to like make your money off of like a bunch of episodes that were made on the cheap, because like the advertising money would make up a lot of the difference, because like the advertising money would make a lot more money on the back end, or whatever you call it, because it's like, is this one 444? I think it is.
I had to overcome some
Personal demons to get this or this one.
Triforce.
I was right, yes. Anyway, as I was saying, it was like, yeah, we have to like wait super long to get to new seasons of TV shows, because they're all like mini movies, like 8 mini movies instead of just TV episodes. And like, I really wish we had more releasing of seasons, because like, I don't know, by the time like a series is done these days, like the last season might come out like 10 years later, like Stranger Things or whatever. Like these days, if you watch season 1 of a show when you're a teenager, you might not watch the series finale until you're getting your prostate exam. As I was saying. Yeah, it's like, TV probably used to be cheaper because like the advertising money would kind of be like guaranteed revenue, considering how there were a lot less popular shows to watch back then because everybody was watching all the same stuff. Yeah, I was disappointed by the fact that season 2 of a show I happened to be invested in that ended on a cliffhanger will
Sly, the only way to open up that voodoo gate is
take
by
forever to
lighting
come out.
all 25 tiki torches with the flamethrower on your swamp skiff. Use the left analog stick to steer and press the X button to fire the
I stay watching old cartoons and shows I used to enjoy. Most stuff nowadays either doesn't interest me or have to wait a year for a new season. I mean, you had to wait. Waiting a year for a new season is the norm. What's not normal is waiting 4 years for a new season. But hey, I say, why not try new stuff? You never know. You might just like it. For example, 7 years ago, in a video on Justice League Unlimited Season 3, I said that Justice League is like my favorite show ever made, which is not a statement I would ever utter now because it's not a thing I believe anymore. Because when I had said that, I had never watched The Sopranos or Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul or, like, I had seen a little Curb Your Enthusiasm, I never binged it. And then, like, or Seinfeld or a lot of great stuff that are, like, now the things I would consider favorite shows, like just last year, I decided to watch Daredevil on a whim just because I knew that Daredevil Born Again was coming out. And I was like, damn, this shit was awesome. Wish I had seen it sooner. You never know. On the note of people who don't play games making the adaptations for them, I mean, on the one hand, it's like being a fan of a thing isn't really a requirement to be good at making something, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, I guess it could be considered a red flag. Reminds me of when The Last of Us Season 1 was coming out, and it's like Craig Mazin was gassing up The Last of Us as though it was the greatest thing ever, and people were complaining because it's like, it's not true, The Last of Us isn't that good, and it's like, people were like, okay, but yeah, but the guy is working on an adaptation of The Last of Us. Would you prefer he thinks it sucks? But then, of course, Craig Mazin, that was back when I liked him because I thought he was really good with Season 1. I thought Chernobyl was really good, too. But then, like, holy fuck, The Last of Us Season 2 was terrible. And that's coming from The Last of Us 2 Defender. Oh, Daredevil Season 3. That was, like, so good. Like, actually so good. I was on the edge of my fucking seat watching that shit. It was really sad watching Born Again Season 1 because, I mean, I know about the restructuring and stuff that happened with Born Again Season 1. But, like, man, there are just so many creative choices that were made on the original Daredevil that were just so good. And Season 3 was just, like, the peak of it. The fighting and shit, like, the acting, the story. Like, Season 3, peak. That shit was awesome. Like, Season 1 was also peak. Season 2 of Daredevil, not so peak, but it was still good. I still liked watching it. But Season 3, man, that was awesome.
Sly, you'd better be on your guard here. My paranormal scanners show this place is really haunted.
I remember I saw this, like, post. I don't know if it was Reddit or Twitter or whatever, but I saw this post where it was like Daredevil Born Again like does so many little things that are like not as good as the original Daredevil show. Like how you'll notice that like Matt Murdock's apartment in Born Again, like the lights are on in that apartment, when it's like in the first 3 seasons Matt never had his lights on because he's blind. Why would he need lights on? Like, I was like, you know, that's a good point. I never noticed that, but it's those little details that just made the Netflix Daredevil just feel really lived in a way that Born Again did not. My thoughts are that on Infamous are that I would certainly like to play Infamous and complete them, but I never got past the first game. Never finished the first game. Yeah, I don't think that's a hot take about Sly 1. I mean, I think one of the worst things about Phoebius Raccoonus is just that, like, the game has, like, less and less core content the longer it goes on. And, yeah, with each passing level. But then again, the levels you do get better, so it's kind of a trade-off. I don't know if this is like a hot take these days, because people like seem to be, ever since like Infinity War Endgame, ever since the Russos got their hands on Hulk, people have really turned on and like MCU Hulk. But I always felt like, say what you will about the man, but I always felt like the Joss Whedon Hulk in Avengers and Age of Ultron was good. Like I thought like the character of Hulk was still pretty good in the first two Avengers movies, and I also thought he was good in Thor Ragnarok. So. Yeah. And, like, I felt like Hulk's character in Avengers 1 and 2 seemed like a pretty logical continuation of the character from Incredible Hulk. Thank you for the donation. Love the content. Are you more excited to play as Grace or Leon in RE9? I would say that, I'm definitely more excited to play as Leon, because playing as Leon, like the hottest guy in gaming, oh, okay. One of the hottest guys in gaming next to Verso and Gustav in Expedition 33. Playing as Leon, like roundhouse kicking people and fighting with a fucking chainsaw. Like, that sounds pretty cool. Looking forward to doing that. Love, like, RE4 Remake combat, and the RE9 Leon's more of that. Whereas, like, Grace is gonna be more of, like more of like the RE8 kind of gameplay, and I'm definitely like I'll enjoy both halves, but I will definitely enjoy the Leon portion more if I had to guess. But I will enjoy both. I mean, I was a friend of mine was on his live stream talking about how he felt like since he only likes RE4 and RE4 Remake, he's not really like a fan of Resident Evil at large. He was saying he was excited for the Leon stuff, but didn't want to play the Grace stuff because I felt like it was the Sonic Unleashed problem, or like a lot of the Sonic game problems where it's like multiple different kinds of games in one. But I would argue the difference is that Grace's gameplay in RE9 is going to be a type of Resident Evil game. It's RE7 and RE8 style continued, but then like Leon's style is like the action RE continued, and it's both are in the same game. I would say that's a little bit more of a valid game design choice for RE9 than it is for, say, Sonic Unleashed, because like I said, for Resident Evil 9, I mean, like, at least Grace's gameplay is consistent with a style of RE, whereas, like, Sonic Unleashed, 75% of it is on a game that, while a good God of War clone, 75% of the game is just some completely different game. Different genre from anything that Sonic is meant to be. So, if you're interested in Sonic gameplay, there's no reason why you would like the Werehog. It's a different genre entirely. RE4 Remake needed a dedicated dodge button. I don't disagree, because here's how I feel. I'm really invested in the Mercenaries modes in those games, and, like, RE4 Remake's Mercenaries mode is really good, but it definitely showed me that, like, I'm just the most addicted to, Resident Evil 6 is Mercenary mode. Like, I did a pretty negative review of RE6 2 years ago, and I don't like the campaign of RE6. I don't, but it's too many quick time events, too many set pieces, too many like co-op oriented sequences. But then like the combat mechanics themselves are really good and really fun. Like, so the Mercenaries mode in RE6 is really good and really fun to play. So, yeah, RE6 is probably, and RE6 has a dodge button, so that's probably why it's my favorite, like, you know, controls for a combat oriented RE game. What game would you change if you were in charge of it, not Sly 4, please? Well, he stole my answer, so, let's see. What else? What other games are there? What game do I not even like enough to where I'd want to change anything about them? Because most games I don't like, I usually am fine with them as they are, as in I usually, like, say Mega Man X7. Like, there's a lot of ways that Mega Man X7 could be made significantly better, but I also enjoy laughing at the expense of X7 and just playing the X games I already like. So, I mean, I would change a lot of things about Batman Arkham Knight. Where Batman Arkham Knight is probably like one of my favorite games of all time, just sheerly by playtime alone. But I just really wish that like the story was tighter and that there was less gimmick Batmobile stuff.
Looks like this is some kind
And yeah, I wouldn't really change a lot about X6 because like I guess I don't really care to change it. I would rather just play an X game that's good.
I might be able to thrash their production, build up enough
And my mic, like I said at the beginning of the stream, my mic is set up in a way where I'm really kind of far away from it. I'm kind of looking to see what alternatives I can get because I'm in a new setup right now. I just moved to this apartment a week ago, so. I got rid of my old desk, which was like an L-shaped desk that I've had for the last 3 years. I got rid of that. I was going to sell it off. When it got moved to my new place, it got fucked up. So it's currently sitting in my garage, and I'm probably going to call the junk company to like haul it off tomorrow. But it's a shame, because that was kind of an expensive L-shaped desk, but still, shit happens. So, I forgot what I was talking about. Oh, right, yeah, the microphone. So yeah, I'm like trying to experiment with what I can do with a smaller desk. And so far, like the desk works pretty well, but there's just not enough space, and the desk is designed in a way that my mic doesn't really fit on it very well, and there's not a lot of room for me to move it around. So I just bought like a wall mount for my mic. This is a wall right in front of me. So I'm thinking I might just put the mic on the wall, and I'll be able to like freely move it around like so. Yeah, thank you. I'm living in a new city right now. I mean, I moved out of my parents' house for the first time 3 years ago. And I lived in that same building for 3 years. And last year I moved into a different unit of that place, but now I'm living in a different city. So far, so good. This is not my first live stream. I did one a few weeks ago. But that was at my old setup, so. Oh, shit. I used to stream a lot, like in 2021. It would be in 2020, it would be like my way to not have to work. It would be like I was technically working without having to do any work. I was playing a game live on air. So that was my shortcut to not getting any work done. That's not what I'm doing right now, because I already did my voiceover for Mega Man Legends this morning, which, if you'd missed the beginning of the stream, that's my next video. Yeah. I did that this morning, so I have worked today. I'm really gonna hope we can make this jump and I have to jump around here twice. That would stink. Yes, we did. We made it. This game looks really fun. I wish you do tolerate this kind of thing, but the minigame is bad because that's a common criticism against this game. I'm very like adept at them, but some might find it bad. Yeah, it just depends. Wish I could like de-equip certain upgrades, because like I don't need any of them except the roll, but I just wanted to switch to the fast one so I could fuck, I saw that one coming a mile away. Just want to switch to the fast one so I can get through like the automated sections, or like the climbing sections quicker. No, we've got these ones. I'm glad we came back. I'm glad we had to come back. I just ran through that because I was like, fuck it.
Look at all the security. This must be the source of all the disgusting green soup.
Like Bentley just turned into me from 2017. These codes are nothing but for my righteous analytical ability. Yeah, I agree with that, because it's like in RE4, what's great about that game in both versions is that like it's still very much like a resource management intensive game, just in a different kind of way from like the fixed camera classic games. I didn't know you could do that. I just like turned around on the rail. I didn't know you could do that. Alright, 2 more levels left and both are mini games.
That vehicle seems to be outfitted with some sort of high-energy cannon. Use the left analog stick to move, and aim the right analog stick in the direction you want to shoot. Remember, you can always...
Thank God somebody left a high-tech blaster cannon right around here. Wait, that don't make a lick of sense. Ding! Has like the CinemaSin ding sound effect. You know, it's like a bit with me and my friends. We say ding. We're like, oh, we're doing like the thing with the thing. That reminds me, I kind of forgot about this, but somebody was asking me about the DMC anime, which one's better. And I will say, I wasn't really trying to get attached to any like hate mob against the new one. I haven't seen it, so I don't really know how bad it or good it is, but here's what happened. I was gonna watch it and make a video on it, but then I was like, whatever, I don't care. And I like watched the first few minutes of it, and I just realized I lost interest and didn't want to watch it any further, so, yeah. I have seen it does have like that millennial writing style where like everything has to be through a thin veil of irony at all times. So yeah. What was I talking about? It was like somebody asked me which anime is better. Which is like interesting is that like the DMC original anime, the canon one, is interesting because it's not really like a fast-paced action show. So, but it is still a good watch if you are a fan of the games. So, I would say that's the better one, but also I think it has a significantly better art style. It's like, I don't know what it is with all adult animation, or they, like, all the, like even if, like, it's like an action show like DMC, or, like, it just seems like the animation and art style looks really flat, compared to, like, shows that used to have a lot more, like, shading and stuff, and I don't know how I feel about that. Have I ever watched The Walking Dead? I actually have not. I have not done that. And for some reason, you have to destroy like all these surrounding platform, like surrounding spikes for the mission to be complete. Can't wait. Fight the Heartless Panda in an area that's absolutely cold. That sounds pretty diabolical, yeah.
With all the hay and feathers in here, just looking at this place has got me breaking
Now this mission is kind of a toss-up. Like, if I'm gonna succeed at it or not, it's kind of random. Like, sometimes I can do it first try, other times maybe not so much. But we will see if this is an example or not.
I guess he needs them to make a big pot of gumbo, but he's scared of the bomb-toting roosters. Be careful.
I was about to ask why a ghost is afraid of a bomb, but then I realized you can kill these ghosts by hitting them with a cane, so I guess bombs would be extra deadly then. Oh shit, shit, shit. Haha, I win. Or I survive. Shit, I rolled right into that. I literally rolled backwards into it by bouncing off the thing. I don't even know what killed me there. Fuck, died again. Why are we swiping chickens? Well, obviously it's because the ghost at the top of the room wants to use the chickens to make a big pot of gumbo, but he's afraid of the bomb-toting roosters that chase after us. Well, I don't know why these roosters are carrying bombs, but you know, that's neither here nor there. See, this is one thing I was saying to a friend of mine recently when he was playing the Sly trilogy. Is that, like, yeah, Sly 2 and 3 have just as many minigames as the first game, but then it's like Sly 2 and 3 minigames are at least, like, they feel like they're meant to be, like, Thief-like. Like, their design philosophy was, like, how can we... Well, like, what are some things, some action set pieces that occur in heist movies? How can we translate that into gameplay? Whereas Sly 1, the minigames really are just very obligatory video game minigame crap. Like, whatever the hell this is. What's my favorite Sly Cooper episode? That's a great question. I think the hard part about what's my favorite Sly episode is that, like, it depends on what we're basing them on, what we're judging them on, but I would say my favorite one is probably Jailbreak, as far as, like, the total package, because there's just so many things that come together perfectly in that level that could have gone wrong. But it's like the most iconic part of the game for a reason. Alright, Master Thief sprint time. I'm pretty sure we'll get most of these first try if I'm not mistaken. It's like, these are not super difficult levels to do time trials for. It's actually the first level of episode 4 that is really difficult to do the time trial for, because of the part we have to sneak through the building, and yeah, and like you sneak around the building and then set off the rockets. That takes up a lot of time. Oops, fuck. time is running out. We gotta make it in time. Alright, that's 1 down, 3 to go. Once again, when I'm doing these time trials, I'm trying to like lock in. Also, seems like I didn't really miss anything in chat anyway, but I was looking away for the last like minute and 10 seconds. And we got it. 2 down, 2 to go. Grave Undertaking. Let's do it. Have I played any RPG after like E33? I have not. But that's also because it's really difficult for me to get invested in things in general. I mean, I did boot up Final Fantasy X for the first time the other day. Played that for a few minutes. Made it to like the end of like the first couple of battles of that game. Maybe I'll keep playing it. I don't know. But it's like it feels so like alien now to me to play like an RPG with like that doesn't have like a parry mechanic. Like again, that's probably it's one of the more controversial features of E33 for like the JRPG fan base. But like, so made me like the game. Alright, one more left. We got Descent into Danger. Let's do it. I've not played any Persona games, but then there's this weird thing where like isn't Persona 5 about like high school or something? Like, I'm not really that interested in that as a concept, I guess, or like in stories about that kind of thing. But yeah, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. It's really advantageous to do this run after you beat the boss fight, because then I could have walked through that laser wall with the invisibility power up, but alas. Shit! Okay, come on, come on, come on. Alright, we got 20 seconds. I think we'll make it. You like Mega Man? Well, this is the channel for you, because I like Mega Man. Got vague posting going on in the chat. I'm already lost. Oh wait, I think the person is trying to tell me to play The Legend of Dragoon. Okay, I get it now. I'm up to speed now. Okay, okay, I get it now. I was really lost for a second there, though. Do I own that game? No, I don't own that game. For some reason, I thought I had a physical copy of that game for a nanosecond there, but I definitely don't. Alright, let's hope we can clear this boss fight quickly and not be here for 10 minutes. Because that'd be embarrassing. Now, of course, because I said that, I summoned it.
Yeah, well, you give me the creeps too, lady. Cooking up an army of ghosts isn't a very neighborly pastime.
No, I didn't forget who you were, regretful dead man. I just forgot what the mystery game was, because I'm really a moron. That's the simple truth of it. Yeah, let's go with that. Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood. That was the recommendation. Suppose I never tried this button mashing strategy, so we'll see what happens. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Rival Fantasy is in the chat. I didn't know he said anything. Lots of cold, heartless people in the chat today. God damn. Unless I'm the cold, heartless one in the chat. Who knows? Who knows? Like, I was thinking, I was giving some SpongeBob energy like that when he's like, wait, I'm the maniac!
A little voodoo Simon Says, huh? Sounds easy enough.
Alright, time to base up some gameplay. Holy shit, it works! Here we go. Round 2. Yeah, like imagine Sly Cooper just like grabs like all these fucking guys around Ms. Ruby with the circle. Fuck! I was busy making gags. I just pressed the wrong button. Yeah, imagine like the God of War circle button is in this game and you just like Sly just starts tearing heads off. Like, you know, whoa, I didn't know it was that kind of game, Sly. Fuck. Times like that make me wish I was playing it on PS5. I would totally would have just like shamelessly rewound the game just now. And that's it. If I see one more cold, heartless guy in this chat, well, I don't know what I'm going to do. But it's definitely going to be something. I wasn't looking. I was about to get hit again. Yeah, no checkpoints in this motherfucking boss fight. This is a boss fight for the gamers. I just found it weird that Miss Ruby like stands on her tail. I just found that a very strange choice. Yeah, I really should be locking in right now. What? I pressed the fucking button! Okay, now here's a question for the ages. With square and circle, are Ms. Ruby and Sly saying zigzag or take that? I always heard it as take that. Well, yeah, I'm just saying it's interesting to me that Ms. Ruby has feet, but she doesn't stand on them. She even like painted her toenails. So that's an interesting design choice. But then when we get close to her, she's clearly capable of standing on her legs because she attacks with the tail. Anyway, locking in now. Weirded out more by the fact that she has a navel ring bugger than her eyeball. Wait, I shouldn't have stopped. I need to lock in. Fuck. The fucking, I thought they were saying beep, beep, boop. That is funny. I didn't see that coming. So that made me laugh. And it's so convincing too. Like you can just imagine it's just like slides like beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. All right, last phase. Are we gonna get him or not? There we go. Alright. Whew. That was a close one. Love the references to DMC and Sly in my videos. I mean, I love them too. What can I say? I, in fact, parried it. In fact, that might be my next Discord profile pic, in fact. Yeah, if it was anything like the rest of you, I think I'll manage. Love that. Love it.
Ms. Ruby's section of the Thievius Raccoonus held notes for my pioneering ancestor, Slyton Common. His invisibility...
Slyton Common, a.k.a. Sly himself. Because I definitely think a great plot twist for Sly Cooper Part 5 would actually be if Sly, in ancient Egypt, was his own ancestor. That is the plot. Sly himself is Slyton Common. And of course, that obviously terrible idea I just had is a thing that I have heard passed unironically. That's a good idea.
Travel plans to China have all been worked out.
Alright, China, let's go.
Road trip gave me the time I needed.
Ryan, if you're talking about me, I'm sure I just inspired your next amazing MS Paint wallpaper thumbnail or whatever.
Born penniless, he was fascinated by the fireworks rich noblemen set off every New Year's.
In which case, I will gladly take credit for inspiring you because I am an inspiring person.
But when he tried to offer his fireworks to the noblemen, they couldn't see past his shabby clothes and chased him away.
Cyborg Dr. M. You know what's so funny is that like 9 years ago I was just like totally like making up gags, like goofing, being like, what would be a terrible Sly Cooper sequel, a Tritonous Sly Cooper sequel idea. And like I was saying like Sly he had like a secret son before he left for ancient Egypt or got lost in ancient Egypt, and then like a cyborg Dr. M is back. Rises from the rubble like the Terminator or some shit. And then like Sly fans in recent years have been actually pitching bringing back old villains as fucking cyborgs in more than one capacity. I've seen that at least 3 different times. And I'm like, man, like I said at the beginning of the video, or not the video, the stream, like I've heard a lot of ideas for what Sly 5 should be about, and all of them are awful, which is like what telling me is that like, man, maybe that Sly 5 thing shouldn't exist. Alright, well, I think the PS Vita ports of the Sly trilogy. Well, I'm glad you asked, because I played all 3 of those to completion last year. I had already beaten Sly 1 and 2 on Vita a long time ago, but Sly 3 I never finished. But I played all 3 last year, and you know, that's actually the inspiration for my getting a Steam Deck last summer, because I was like, you know, Sly Cooper on the go seems kind of cool for like long plane rides and stuff, but the Vita versions just have such a bad frame rate that I was like, I want to get much better quality, so... And then on my plane ride to San San Diego last summer. I played all of Sly 2, half of Sly 2 on the way there, and the other half on the way back.
Oh my gosh, that's awful! That poor village just got buried in freezing snow!
Rocket came from that giant statue. You can bet the Panda King lit the fuse. I've got to find my way up there and fast before that lunatic squashes another town.
I think I might go for the time trials in this level after I beat each one, so I don't have to do like a sweep at the end of every world. Or I guess I'm already at the last one, the last main one anyway, but still. Well, we can't even do Duel by the Dragon time trial right now anyway, because we have to get the vault first. In order to open the vault, we have to beat the game, so we'll come back for that one. Well, of course that village is absolutely cold. It just got buried in freezing snow. But since everyone is... It was a heartless man who did it. But also, since everyone is dead, I guess there is a lot of heartlessness in there. I don't know. Lol. You know, next thing I know, this regretful dead man, I bet he's going to be saying that the Panda King went back on his word or something like that. Probably everyone praising him or whatever. You know what, Ryan? You know when I'm going to play Kingdom Hearts 3? I'm going to play Kingdom Hearts 3 when Kingdom Hearts 5 comes out. Is this my first live stream? No. It's my second live stream in the last 5 years, though, so there's that. See, I was about to say I'll play Kingdom Hearts 3 when Kingdom Hearts 4 comes out, but since that's a game that's actively in development, that means that like Ryan could cash that check sometime in the next like 10 years. I don't know. So I was like, ooh, wait, oof. No, like actually, Ryan, that's actually kind of a funny idea. Like, what if I did just play Kingdom Hearts 3 no context? Because like that kind of reminds me of when me and my cousin watched the Fast and Furious Part 7 or whatever it was last year. And, like, she was, like, watching them, like, in a binge with her friend as, like, a joke. But I had never seen any of those freaky-ass movies. And then, like, no context, just watching the movie made it infinitely funnier, having not watched any of the rest of them. So maybe that's what Kingdom Hearts 3 would be like for me. I like watching a Fast and Furious movie. That you heard it here first, folks. Well, you know what, Ryan? Maybe I will. You know, maybe I will. And then what would be funny about that is that then at the next time we all hang out, we gotta pick a random mystery, or not random mystery, a random Fast and Furious sequel out of a hat, and then just watch it no context and just see what happens. Because in the one I watched, there was a part where they were like doing a big mission where they get in the plane to fly to a different country, right? But of course, all their cars are in the plane. And then they open up the back of the hatch in the plane, and they all just drive their cars in reverse out of the plane, and then land by like deploying their parachutes and landing on the road and getting involved in a high-speed chase. It was pretty crazy stuff. Will I ever shave soon? Well, I haven't really like. The only time I went beardless in the last like year or so was when I was going to a 1920s themed gala, and I was like, well, men didn't really like wear big facial hair back then, so I shaved for that. But yeah, I like the beard look better, so I'll have to get it trimmed soon. Maybe I'll show them a picture of Verso and be like, make me look like this hot guy.
No problem. They seem to have
Baby taken hostage on a plane. That one is so bad, it's hilarious. That sounds great, because the one I watched, that was the one where like The Rock was in like a cast, because he was like in the hospital in this movie, and like he was like, when he at the climax of the movie, he decides to like break out of his cast by flexing his like fucking biceps, which destroys the cast. It was so funny. And then like there's another part where like The Rock gets in this big fight scene where like there's like a guy trying to hack the computers, and then The Rock walks in and goes, "I'm taking it, you're not the IT guy," and it was like really funny. And there's another part in the movie where like Dom like beats the bad guy by saying, it's like, you know, when you fight with the road wins. He like steps on the fucking ground, and like a hole in the ground opens up and he falls in. It was really funny. Oh, well, I have a PS Plus, so I probably can get Legend of Dragoon for free. Shame, though, about PS1 emulation on PS5 is that, like, you can only get it with, like, HD or, like up-rendered graphics. You can't play it pixelated, which would be my preference, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, I guess I watched Fast 5. It was really silly. But yeah, you're right. It is so bad, it is an art form. Hey, you know, Ryan, you know what they say. You fight with the road wins. What can you say? Yeah, I thought the Fast movies were about driving cars at some point. But apparently, my cousin, she told me that, like, the first movie was taking itself a little more seriously. But then, like, it just got, like, at some point in these sequels, it just, like, goes completely insane. And then, like, I guess it's kind of like Rambo in that sense. Not that I just compared, Rocky, or not that I just compared Fast and Furious to Rambo, but still. Get the idea. Oh, no, you can't change that. The only filters you can have on when playing emulated games on PS5 is that you can add a crappy-looking CRT filter, and you can darken the colors, and that's about it. I mean, you could change the level of smoothness on PS3 emulation of PS1, but not on PS4 or 5. How did he not see me? What an idiot. Is he stupid? I'm curious if I can beat the game 100% by the 4.5-hour mark, because it's been 3 hours and 20 minutes now.
Press the circle to enter the vault code. Lucky for you, I'm versed in chaos theory.
Luckily for you, I'm versed in chaos theory.
Input 932.
This game is the dialogue's so fucking random in a really good way. something about like it went bad when The Rock got involved because The Rock is in shitification in human form. That made me laugh harder than it should have, but it really did.
From now on, you should be able to pop right out of those bottomless pits you keep falling into, and you won't even lose a Lucky Charm.
Did anybody watch that A24 movie that The Rock was in last year? Like his like pivot to Oscar movies. Like, did anybody watch that? Like, I don't know if it was actually good or not. Let's quickly do this A Perilous Ascent real quick again, because like I just like this is like definitely one of the hardest ones. Is this PS2 or PCSX2? It is PCSX2. You know, I've never seen the new Jumanji movies with The Rock, but then like it was just funny because again, just something about the vibe of that just reminds me of the Anaconda reboot movie that came out recently. And just like, I know I keep talking about, like, Ryan, I know I keep complaining about the Anaconda movie, but like, man, I really hated the Anaconda movie. I said to my cousin, I said to her, I was like, hey, well, it's 90 minutes. How bad could it be? And I really should stop saying things like that because, like, well, that prediction usually doesn't come true. Oh, Red One. We watched that shit. It was so bad. But, you know, speaking of The Rock, though, that reminds me of how, like, recently The Rock was on an interview, and it was somebody, like, a funny question where they showed him that meme where it's, like, The Rock plays the same guy in every movie, and it's, like, 4 pictures of him from different movies where he's sweating in a jungle in a white tank top. And then he was actually able to successfully name which movie was which. So, gotta say, credit to him. Have I seen Inside Out 2? No, I've never seen Inside Out 1. I don't even know how to describe it. It's just basically like, it's like The Rock movies, just like, it's like, even if, no matter how silly the movie is, he just doesn't seem to be able to, like, take the piss. Like, Red One could have been funny, but, like, it wasn't. It was, like, not funny, like, at all. Okay, come on, there's no way I'm gonna beat this one. There's not enough time. Wait. Oh, wait. Fuck! I got caught up on the fucking thing! That room with the missiles is literally why this fucking, this time trial fucking sucks, dude. Have I seen the Zootopia movies? Nope. That, like, saying Red 1 out of 10 is not funny at all. But that's why I laughed so fucking hard at it. Like, that's, like, so, like, basic humor, but man, that really got me good. That really got me. Like, here's the real interesting question. Someone brought up Chris Evans being in that movie. Is Chris Evans, besides, like, MCU, is Knives Out, like, the only good Chris Evans movie? Like, is he good in anything else besides, like, Captain America? Like, I'm not sure. I mean, he was actually the voice of Casey Jones in TMNT 2007, for those who didn't know. But, I don't really count that as, like, a Chris Evans movie. He's playing, like, a side character. Although, to be fair, I think April and Casey have more of a role in that movie's plot than Donatello and Michelangelo, but that's neither here nor there. That's just how... Fuck. Okay, not good, not good. I was gonna say, that's how Ninja Turtle movies tend to work. Is that it's about Leonardo and Raphael every time, and then Donatello and Michelangelo just happen to be in the background. Except Ninja Turtles 3, which had that ridiculous ending where Michelangelo wants to stay in ancient Japan, and it was like, it's a stupid fucking movie. Oh! I got out of the roll too late. God, I hate this level as far as the time trial. It sucks. Well, yeah, after Endgame, he was in Knives Out, and that was good. That's all we got. Then again, Knives Out was probably filmed before Endgame came out anyway. I can't believe it. That really... Fuck. That first run of this level could have been a winner if not for me getting caught up on the fucking terrain. That really could have been a win. My favorite and least favorite movie? I mean... I don't really know. To be honest, I don't really like movies like that in that sense where, like, I don't really have, like, a list of favorites. There's just a lot of movies I happen to like. I mean, like... When I watched, like, Terminator 2 for the first time 3 years ago, I really enjoyed that. Loved Back to the Future. That was a really great movie when I watched that. I mean, Empire Strikes Back, that's one of my favorites. Like, The Dark Knight is one of my favorite movies. Like, Everything Everywhere All at Once is one of my favorite movies I watched in recent memory. Like, there's a lot of movies that I just think are really good, but, like, I don't really have... I'm not, like, a cinephile. I don't know how to describe it. I'm just not really, like, a movie guy like that. Remember, I don't really have, like, a lot of, like, hated movies either. You know, it's like, fuck! Are you kidding me? I don't really have a lot of hated movies either. Except, like, movies I don't like tend to be ones that I found really boring, but not because they were, like, bad. I just didn't like watching them. You know... I don't remember Terminator 1 as much. I don't really... maybe I should rewatch the movie. I think I was actually paying more attention while watching Terminator 2. I remember that was the first thing I did in my first ever apartment 3 years ago. I watched Terminator 2, night 1. Had a grand old time. Fucking fuck you. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, but Terminator 1, when I watched Terminator 1, the movie was on one screen and Devil May Cry 1 was on the other screen, so probably why I don't remember the movie that well. Except, of course, like, the part where he says, I'll be back, and then just, like, destroys the fucking door. I mean, who would forget such a thing? You know, one of my uncles told me that, like, it was apparently, like, a plot twist. Or, like, the marketing of the movie was supposed to be, like, the marketing of the movie spoiled that Arnold was, like, good in Terminator 2. But, like, originally that was supposed to be, like, a plot twist. Like, if you watch the movie, you're supposed to not even know that. And I'm like, huh, didn't even think of that. That's pretty interesting. Alright, come on. Escalators, escalators, escalators! And we'll see if we get eels later. Oh, fuck! You just... Rolling down that hill is, like, mandatory, but you have to, like, stop it just early enough to activate the invisibility before the guy catches you. Eels. Yes, that was... I just rolled the fucking eels, bro. Dude, I hate this level with the time trial. It's the worst one in the fucking game. And I swear to God, all of them after this are so easy. I walked right into that eels gag. I really did. Where did I actually made the setup? I'm not sure what that means. Elaborate. Alright, let's do it again. Escalators, escalators, escalators. We'll find out the results in just a few seconds. Alright, here we go. Oh, we got him. We got him that time. This part sucks. This part sucks. Where did I actually make... Oh, where... Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Where did I make the graphic for the stream? Well, I just threw it together in Paint.net, like, right before going live. I, like, put my basic background I've been using for the last, like, 8 years into Paint.net. Cut out some holes into it. Cut out some squares into it. Put some outlines around it, and, voila. There's my fucking stream. I remember it's better than last stream where I just had like Comic Sans on the screen saying my graphic designer was on holiday, which of course someone thought meant I actually had a graphic designer on holiday when all I really meant by that was I was being lazy. Alright, Flaming Temple of Flame, here we come. Like I said, I swear to God, all of them are a lot easier from this point. Although there's only like 3 of them left in the game. Only 2 of them we're even going to be able to do today. Or not today, I mean right now. Later. The last one we'll have to do at the very end. So now we're going back to reminding everyone how good I am at video games after that humiliation just now. It's funny that you'd say I look like I've been in like a lab. I'm literally just wearing like a concert. I'm literally wearing a t-shirt from the Weekend concert last summer and like a pair of sweatpants. That's my mad scientist disguise. Alright. Are we gonna do it or am I gonna humiliate myself? About to find out. I have not seen RoboCop, but I'm actually gonna see it pretty soon, I'm pretty sure, so we'll see. Fuck, I wish I was Superman, then I could fly. Well, I don't know, I feel like most people could probably agree that 80s was like a really one of the better decades for movies. One of my uncles grew up in the 80s, but surprisingly he said 80s music is really overrated, which surprised me because I think most people love 80s music, but yeah. But I think most people would say they love 80s movies.
Murray's all fired up to make the run for the key. While on the blasting station, use the left analog stick to aim and the square button to fire.
Right on. I'll keep him covered.
Alright, here we go. Time for whatever this mission is called.
I'm going in, Sly.
We gotta find out. This mission is called The King of the Hill. Ah. Have I played Expedition 33? Never heard of it. Nah, I'm just kidding. I talked about it many times in this live stream because it's a mad good game. Or don't check my video on it because it's literally a spoiler, the whole thing.
I made it halfway. Nice.
Alright. Locking in right now.
We did it.
Doesn't see the appeal of Sly. Imagine being that guy, am I right? Nah, I'm just kidding. Alright. Let's go. I'm really hungry, so I'm actually looking forward to beating the game very soon. So, have I seen Superman 2025? I did. Really liked it. Felt very uplifting, like a good Superman movie should. Oh shit. What's the point of an invisibility move if, like, it stops working if you've already been seen? Aren't I going invisible? How could I like the Phantom Pain as like one of the favorite games in the series? The answer to that is because it's one of the few games in the series that's fun to play. Like, I think MGS 3 and 5 are the only fun games to play in the entire series. Well, I mean, if just talking about the Metal Gear Solid games, that is. Now, MGS 2 and Twin Snakes have fun mechanics, but the game design is bad, in my opinion. In both. The extra missions, though, the VR missions in MGS2 are very fun. I'll give it that. The campaign is terrible, though. Now, I wouldn't really want to exactly replay the campaign, the Phantom Pain, either, but like the game mechanics are so focused and fun to play that's all that really matters to me. Because, you know, I don't take the story of Metal Gear seriously anymore anyway, so... we go. Never played Metal Gear Solid Game Boy Color. Never played it. Yeah, I explained that in a semi-recent video, is that, like, upon the replay, like, MGS3 is a game I've played a shit zillion times and never get sick of it. MGS2 is a game I've played a shit zillion times, and I just, like, I don't know, the campaign, the ride in the big shell is just such a poorly designed level, and I don't know, I don't think it's fun to play. I did review Metal Gear Rising 7 years ago. Will I ever revisit it? Probably not, no. Everything that I had to say about the Metal Gear series that wasn't already, like, just the Metal Gear Solid timeline video I made, I talk about every Metal Gear game ever made in that. So the ones I didn't do a dedicated re-review on, that's as good as it's gonna get.
Press the circle to enter the vault code. It was a challenge, but this vault's combination has got to be 6.
Yeah, I knew that one was 667. You know, no big deal. No big deal.
You found the blueprints for the Panda King's lair. I'll upload the
From an
data
outsider's
straight
perspective, it
into
doesn't look
your
like the series is meant to be
computer.
super replayable. Well, as to quote Sly Cooper, there's where you're wrong. Every Metal Gear game ranks you based on various things you did in the game, and the games are actually quite optimized for replayability. They're meant to be replayed multiple times. They're like,
Pagoda is some kind of
yeah. Alright, let's redo that one and get the time trial out of the way. The Unseen Foe. That was a close one. That was a pretty close one. I also hope Portable Ops is included in the Volume 2 of the Master Collection. I don't know what, like, they're, like, acting as if MGS4 is, like, a maybe, but, like, MGS4 better be in it. That's, like, one of the major draws of it. But we'll see what happens. Otherwise, without MGS4, I mean, what's going to be in it? Like, I imagine that, I feel like, you know, like, kind of like a MGS 1, 2, and 3 were, like, the main draws of the Master Collection, and then, like, it also came with a bunch of other games. Side games, I'm thinking the Master Collection Volume 2 is just going to be MGS4 and Peace Walker and Portable Ops, and also maybe come alongside some of the spin-offs. Like, maybe it could have a Metal Gear Acid in there, or maybe a Twin Snakes, who knows. Sly 2 and Sly 3 are open, like, sandbox, hub-based mission games. You play as the Cooper Gang in giant open areas doing various missions, building up to a final mission where all the things you did previously pay off in one last mission where you steal the thing. Yes, whereas Sly 1 is more Crash Bandicoot-esque. Honestly, the product placement is probably one of the worst parts of MGS4, but then I can imagine they could probably just retexture that stuff. Fuck. Yeah, the product placement is certainly a thing. I mean, I doubt they felt like they needed product placement. And then again, probably is a nice source of funding. Shows how big the series is. They can get sponsorship money from fucking Apple. I mean, I think the Metal Gear series has had a decent amount of product placement. Like, Calorie Mate, I'm pretty sure, is a real thing. Like, from MGS3, but, like, I think MGS4 is probably one of the bigger examples of having, like, a product that's, like, contemporary, like a contemporary, like electronic that you buy, like, in America, compared to, like, other more... Compared to other things, like I'm not sure Calorie Mate is a thing that exists in America, but it is a thing that does exist, and I'm pretty sure. Am I gonna do Batman, the Brave, and the Bold? Probably not. I mean, again, I talked about this before, but my video on the Batman was copyright, like, attacked to hell and back. That was a nightmare. So I didn't make any money on that video, so yeah. So my interest in doing cartoon videos greatly diminished as a result of that. I don't have the time to sit there editing a video down until it's, like, copyright acceptable, like I used to in 2018. Like, I just don't have the time or energy for that, so I'm just rather just make video game videos, which is what the channel's about, to anyone who might say otherwise, referencing no one in particular. Ooh, time for one of my favorite scenes. I'm 99% sure you'll be able to ride them all the way to the top of that statue before they explode. Well, what about the other 1%? Well, in that case, Sly, you'll be blown to bits. But the experience will no doubt be spectacular. Nice.
Now, to unlock these rockets, you're going to need all 7 of the Panda King's treasure keys.
Right on. I'll steal them in no time.
I prefer Krauser in the original. I mean, I definitely prefer the Jim Ward voice acting for Krauser from the original game. As far as who's the better character, I mean, I feel like his role in the original also made more sense. I mean, like, he was working for Wesker so they can get some, like, Las Plagas sample, and then, like, he captured Ashley to, like, get Sadler to trust him more. But, of course, Sadler later is just like, well, that wasn't going to work. But then, in the remake, they certainly try selling you on the relationship between Leon and Krauser better than the original ever did, because the original RE4 isn't really trying to tell a story. It's just a schlocky action movie, which is not a bad thing. It's just that's what the game is trying to be. So then, the Krauser's character in the remake, I do like that he kills Luis. That was a pretty good moment. That made you, like, really amped up to fight the boss fight. So I definitely like that was an improvement. And as far as Krauser being, like, kind of like a true believer of, like the cult, I thought that was a kind of a downgrade. But then also, like, I mean, I don't really know what they were going for with the voice, but I definitely like the original voice acting one. Yeah. I will definitely do a video on RE9. That is definitely going to happen. Yeah, it would be really nice to see, like, Jill or Claire or Rebecca in a game again. Whereas, I mean, to be fair, in universe, it's been a long time since Leon was last in a game too. But still, I mean, Leon has had a lot of spotlight that, like, Jill and, like, Claire have not gotten. Alright, 5 keys. 2 more to go, and only one of them is a real level, so we're almost done. Now, because of how many times it took me to do a Perilous Ascent time trial, I actually don't think we're going to beat the game by the 4.5 hour mark, but we will certainly try. Maybe 4:45. Well, older Claire was also the star of Resident Evil Revelations 2, which I believe takes place after RE6 at some point, but that depends on if you count that as a main game or not. I'm pretty sure Code Veronica Remake is the next game, and I'm quite excited for that, as I said at the beginning of the stream. RE Code Veronica is a game that I feel like has a lot of potential to be really interesting and amazing in a remake. Potential that I don't really see as much in a game like, say, RE0 or RE5, where I'm like... RE5, because I'm like, well, I just feel like the game is good already, and then RE0, because I'm like, this game is not that great, but also not that interesting either. I don't really need to see it remade. Will I try another game later? No, we're gonna 100% Sly 1, and then I'm done. And there's less than an hour left, I would say. That's my guess. Like, again, I was hoping to beat the game by the 4.5 hour mark, but that was before I spent like 20 minutes on one time trial. So, yeah, I think 4:45 might happen though. Oh shit, fiddlesticks! I was not paying attention. Would I ever do a Resident Evil voice actor video I talked about a while ago? Probably not a video. I mean, I think my video on Resident Evil Village talked about that. Like, I'm pretty sure in the RE Village video I talked about how it's like, dude, like, the amount of respect Capcom has with people who bring their characters to life that puts Sega to shame. Like, because there have been, like, 7 Chris Redfields in the game continuity alone. That's like almost a new voice actor for almost every appearance. Oh, what the? Oh. I still wish Roger Craig Smith was Chris. I think he's just the best Chris by far. I think he's proven himself to be capable of doing a younger and an older Chris all at the same time. Like, you know, in the Dark Side Chronicles, he plays Chris in Code Veronica, and he does a good job of sounding as like a pre-steroids Chris. And then, of course, he plays Chris in, what is it, RE5 and 6, you know, where he's like older and rougher. So, would have loved to see him continue playing Chris. Yeah, I haven't made God of War videos because it's been forever on my like backlog of things, but I've got something planned for it. Don't worry. It's almost a fine that I didn't get all the blue bottles for this level because we're gonna have to come back for the vault anyway. But we did miss the part where Bentley says that this vault is hidden and written in owl dialect. So, when I recorded Sly 1 for my original review of it over 10 years ago, I had a crazy glitch here where the game soft locked at this exact moment. It's kind of crazy, and I didn't get to. I mentioned it in the script, but no footage of it was shown because of the fact that the footage got corrupted, so I didn't have any. So that'll do that. That'll do it. Alright, time to do the last race and the last mission. Have I seen any other SpongeBob movie besides the first one, just for curiosity's sake? I have not, no. I have seen the first one because I was like 4 years old when it came out. So besides that, I've not seen any of them.
You gotta keep your energy up. So I hurry over here, and then all of a sudden,
Monkeys are everywhere, bugging me to race them 3 times around this track for a key. And as I said earlier in the stream, I do find it funny, like, why do we have to race? Okay, so maybe Murray can do the race, but why can't Sly just steal the fucking key?
Keep clear of those icy patches.
Thanks for the advice, Sly, but
Like, plot hole, that doesn't make any sense. Murray says, they're monkeys, how could I lose? And I'm like, 1, Murray, that's racist, but 2, like, well, watch me lose anyway. Interesting how in episode 2 the race had individually modeled cars for every racer, but this one is just copy paste. Yes, Murray is in the United States after the nor'easter we just lived through. This race is so much easier than the one from episode 2, and I think the answer to that, I don't think it's supposed to be easier. I think the genuine reason is that the icy patches that are kind of easy to drive over, the AI is really stupid, so like the AI just drives on the ice and fucks up, and it's really easy to pass them. I say as that guy was about to try and take the lead again, but don't worry, we beat him. Uh-oh, wait. Alright, we're good. We got him.
Nice try. Go get that key.
Alright, time to fight the Panda King, and we will find out if we can beat the game in 4:30 or 4:45. I definitely think we won't make it to the 5 hour, but 4:30 or 4:45. We're about to find out. We're about to find out.
I see you carry Kane of notorious Cooper thief clan. Have you come here for revenge? To steal back the Phoebus Raccoonus?
That was my plan at first, but now I'm more interested in putting an end to your avalanche extortion racket.
Why should you care if I bury a few worthless village in snow? You are a thief, just like me.
No, that's only half right. I am a thief from a long line of master thieves, while you're just a frustrated firework artist turned homicidal pyromaniac.
Insolent child. You shall pay dearly for your disrespect. Still, to honor your Cooper ancestry, I will send you to your doom with the beauty of my new firework technique, Flame Fu.
Yeah, after this it'll be one of the weakest levels in the series, except all the shitty ones. Yeah, like somehow the animation in Sly 2 and 3 almost feels more stock in the in-game cutscenes in this game, but then all 3 do the thing where they just reuse a bunch of pre-baked animations. There's also a lot more in-game cutscenes in Sly 2 and 3 than 1, so I'll allow it. Did you get the 2003 TMNT Super Shredder figure? No, I don't really collect action figures, so, or even collectibles. I'm glad it exists. Like, I'm glad we're getting that 2000s era rep, but no, I don't like that sort of thing.
That Kane is unbearable.
Now, here's a question I've always been, not always been thinking. I think question I've been thinking about recently, which is, what is that cane? Is Sly's cane really heavy and like sturdy and hurts a lot, or is it like Sly himself is really strong that when he swings it, he can knock a guy out in 10 hits, and then like he can send guys flying with it when he swings it? Like, how strong is that cane? Maybe he's using like Tennyson strength or something.
Retrieving the Panda King section of Bathybius raccoonus gave me a chance to learn about my technically minded ancestor, Otto Van Cooper.
I'm asking the deep questions. Like, as I always say, this is the hard-hitting Jay's Reviews analysis the fans have come to expect.
Armed with his designs, I was sure Murray would be able to make some cool modifications to the team van. A frustrated Inspector Fox, having missed me coming down the mountain, threw the Panda King in jail, thus putting an end to his avalanche protection services and ensuring the safety of mountain villages throughout China. My gang and I took a little time off and did some shopping in Hong Kong. Thoroughly relaxed, we headed home to plan our next move.
Okay, partner, this is it. A
Trip to Clockwork's lair. Let's go.
We were on our way to the Krakkarov volcano in Russia. While looking over what little information I had on the final member of the Fiendish Five, I began to notice something. In the 4 parts of the Thievius raccoonus recovered so far, several of the pictures depict a shadowy owl-like figure, which looks very similar to the police images of the mysterious Clockwork. Is this a strange coincidence, or is there something I'm missing?
Hey, Sly! The road to Clockwork's fortress is blocked. Do me a favor, shoot out that lock for me, would you, pal? Whoa! Check out all those mines!
Yes, we did have to swipe chickens for a key once. Yes, that is true. Well, no, I'm not giving up on 100%. The problem is that you can't get the last vault in episode 4, or you can't get the last vault until you've beaten the game,
bingo.
and you can't get the last time trial until you've gotten the last vault.
Owl-shaped tower.
First things first, we've got hostile robo-falcons at 12 o'clock, Sly!
Don't feel bad for not catching a stream before, because I don't usually live stream anyway. So that's thinking of changing all that pretty soon.
That's no tower.
It's a giant death ray.
Sly, take out those rocks or we're in trouble.
Heads up! Robo-falcons are back!
Uh-oh, wait, fuck. And now, of course, we gotta do the whole thing again. No, when I beat the game and get 100% completion, I'm done for the day. Now, why does Clockwork, who flies, need a drivable path with mines on his lair anyway? Dang. Maybe it's for his secret, like, I don't know. Maybe he's got staff. I mean, can you imagine Clockwork hiring contractors to build his evil lair? Or maybe he built it himself.
Nice shooting, Sly! Looks like we're in the clear.
Hurry. That cave doesn't look tall enough for the turret to make it all the way through.
We've got to get through that security
That
door.
burning rubber. This level has a kind of a bop music.
The way to unlock it is to analyze at least 60 of those hanging computers.
Would have been easy to get at them if Murray hadn't thrashed our new turret.
Yeah, won't be a problem.
That's so lame that, like, the upgrade from the last level is just, like, a mini-game. And a one-time use mini-game.
And Murray, remember to use our new battering ram by hitting the square button if anyone tries to keep you from those computers.
Wait. I didn't know Regretful Dead people got contracts.
Up there, and these fire slugs seem intent on getting to them before us. The first one to 60 computers wins.
How convenient. There's only 119 computers. Camera on this kind of stinks. Like, can't see anything. Uh-oh, I'm losing. I'm losing. I'm losing. I gotta get rid of more slugs. Wait a minute, what do you mean there's only 119 computers? There's plenty of them right there.
Open the security doors. Just past them is the control room to Clockwork's Death Ray Tower.
Where do you work? Oh, the crack car off volcano. My boss is a giant mechanical owl. Yeah, exactly. I call bull bleep on that mission.
Careful, Sly. Those tiles are booby-trapped. You better get out of there.
Hold on. That's Carmelita. She looks trapped.
Serves that cop right. She's been dogging us from the
Oh, we're at 411 right now. We're definitely not doing 430, but 445, can it be done?
Clockwork probably
Can it be
stuck
done?
there to trap you.
But if I don't do anything, Carmelita's doomed. Besides, stealing just won't be any fun without her.
Sly, your ridiculous raccoon logic sends shivers up my shell. But if you're determined to go through with this, that barrel will undoubtedly help, though I have no idea how you'll get up there.
Dude, a spire jump here, a rail slide there. I've done this a million times.
No, you can't. You can't use the invisibility to get through that. Although, here's what you can do. From this spire jump point, you can. If you had 2 lucky charms, you can just damage boost your way to the end. But I don't have 2 lucky charms, so yeah. Like, you gotta wonder if Clockwork has a staff. I mean, is Clockwork using this computer? I don't know about that.
Sly Cooper! I should have known you were behind this.
You got me wrong, Miss Fox. I'm here to rescue you.
You sentimental fool. Empathy has always been.
No, Clockwork is a very strong believer in work from home. He has an office set up in his evil lair, but he's not going to make anybody come here. He likes to believe in work from home. Hybrid work, he allows it. You know, Clockwork is a good boss like that.
Haven't had to do this in a while. Okay, I used the left analog stick to steer and the right analog stick to unleash my hacker code. Those three data packets.
Alright, chat. Let's see, we're at 4:13. We're at 4:14 right now. Put our predictions in the chat. Can we beat the game? Are we going to beat the game by 4:45 or 4:30? There's not going to be any prize for guessing it right, but I'm just curious. What does the chat think?
Level 3!
You were right. I guess that is how Satan gets souls. I mean, look at it this way, chat. Like, do you see people complaining about Clockwork on Indeed or any other employment website? I don't think so. Maybe that means he's a good boss. We got a guy guessing 425. That would be interesting. Well, can we beat Clockwork by 425? That would be interesting. I'm not sure.
I'm the best. No code can stand before me.
Sly, I was wrong about you. Break me out of this force field by smashing its base, and I'll make it up to you somehow.
Carmelita is hilariously taller than Sly right now. Because her model has to be super huge for you to see her when she's in the background shooting you. But I guess they didn't decide to like make her smaller.
I don't get it, Cooper. I've hunted you for years, tried to throw you behind bars, but when you get a chance to leave me in a cage, you set me free. Why?
Carmelita, we may be on opposite sides of the law, but you're not my enemy. Now, the homicidal robotic owl that built this death ray and nearly gassed us to death, that guy's on my list.
I see your point. All right. Until Clockwork and his evil schemes are destroyed, I suggest we work together.
Together at last.
Yeah, seriously though, Sly had like some big, like kind of like a sarcastic kind of guy in this, but he was still kind of like a serious dude. I mean, he literally was just like, yeah, you know, the homicidal robotic owl that nearly gassed us to death. That guy's on my list. I don't know how we get from that to the guy who's just like, that's how I roll. And Sly Cooper thieves in time. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Hold on. This truce is only temporary. Once we beat Clockwork, I'm coming after you.
I'm actually dead ass curious if I can beat the game by 425. I don't think I can, but I think I can definitely beat Clockwork by 430. I don't know about 425 though, but I'll try. And now I don't have to do anything for the whole rest of the mission. Done. Yes, yes, I know everyone can say they're impressed. I'm sure you are. Alright, 418.
Where's Carmelita's jetpack? Right where she said it would be.
I bet this mission is gonna give me some catastrophic, not glitch, but some catastrophic collision issue with the circle button, and that is why I will lose and not be able to beat the game at 425.
It's thinking fast. Climb, Sly, climb. Smash those gears with your cane. You've got to keep moving.
Alright. Almost there. Almost there, gamers. And why would Clockwork make his giant statue of himself full of climbable platforms and stuff with death traps? Like, it's like he knew he was a video game villain or something.
Okay, that's
Alright, we're at 420. Can we beat the game in 425? Let's see.
analog stick to aim and steer, and press the square button to fire its rockets. Sly, behind you.
Sly Cooper, you have assaulted my gas chamber and destroyed my death ray. Remarkable. You Coopers always find a way to beat me.
Always. So that was you in the background of all those old pictures in the devious raccoons. How old are you?
Perfection has no age.
What? You're immortal?
Revenge is the prime ingredient in the fountain.
I wish you could skip cutscenes.
I've kept myself
Like, that would be the great way to be able to beat the game by the time limit I have imposed.
awaiting the day when I will finally eclipse your family's thieving reputation.
Sly! My missiles don't hurt him but seem to create holes in his armor. Shoot into the gaps I create!
My intellect is refined. My experience is greater. You're the weakest Cooper I've yet seen. You can't dodge me forever.
Clockwork was there since the Ice Age. Had to build himself. I don't know. I'm sure Penelope traveled in time and did it. I mean, I'm sure that's what Sly 5 will be about. Don't worry.
Nice shooting, Sly. You got him. Wow, that's one tough owl.
I don't get it. You're so familiar with my family. You must have known my father had a son. If you hated the Coopers so much, why did you let me live when you stole the Thievius Raccoonus?
Because I wanted to show the world that without your precious book, the Cooper line was nothing.
Ah, well, there's where you're wrong. The Thievius Raccoonus doesn't create...
I like how this actually makes sense. Like why Clockwork would leave Sly alive. He wanted to like steal the Thievius Raccoonus and wanted to be like the one, like Sly floundering would show that he wasn't anything without that book. And then like the arc of the game is proving that he's wrong by beating the game. And then like it's not like some idiotic scheme later to steal a bunch of canes to prove you're the greatest thief ever by having people steal canes on your behalf. and then leave the ancestors alive. When it's like, it would be, if you wanted to like end the Cooper lineage, you probably could just go back in time, use your fucking time machine and kill one of them or something. But like, oh well, what do I know? Oh shit, shit, shit. Fuck, I wasn't paying attention. I mean, you didn't, your brother who was 9 at the time didn't buy into Penelope as a supervillain? Maybe because it was the dumbest shit ever. Maybe that's why. It's like, that's the kind of thing where it's gotta be like, that was the stupidest thing I have ever heard, and we are all stupider for having seen it. We are all made infinitely dumber for having witnessed it. Honestly, after that death, I actually think I could have made it to the 425 to beat Clockwork if it wasn't for that death, actually, because it's only 424 right now.
My intellect is refined. My experience is greater.
So why is Clockwork stupid? Like, he's just like, here's my attack. You're gonna have to go through rings that, like, if you're flying in a jetpack, it'd be really easy to dodge. Don't worry, it'll be great. It's genius. I mean, to be fair, you are right. That DMC3 has far more tracks you'd want to listen to than DMC5. That's not. Oh, that's true. That's true. So I can see that. But I also will just say that Very Light and Devil Trigger are like the best game songs ever made. Why does Sonic sound deeper in Sonic Adventure compared to later ones where he sounds higher pitched? The answer? Who cares? I don't know. I mean, like, the answer is that is probably Sega's official answer. They'll be like, damn, who cares? We're just gonna make him sound totally different every fucking game. Like, if you want to talk about different pitch, I mean, how about the fact that, like, depending on the seriousness of the project, Sonic will either sound like this or sound like this.
It took some tricky maneuvering, but I managed to snatch that last piece of the Thievius Raccoonus from Clockwork's claw. I had taken
Sam Riegel seems like a pretty talented guy. Haven't seen a lot of his stuff, but seems like a pretty talented guy.
Ms. Ruby, Panda King, and finally Clockwork.
Yeah, I definitely would have made 425 if I didn't die there, because it's 426 right now.
Of course, there was no way I could have gotten here without the help of my pals. I know this hasn't been easy for them, but they stuck with me through it all. Murray, boy, it took a lot of guts for him to get out in the field with me. I know he was scared, but he's got more heart than anyone I've ever known. And thank goodness for Bentley. Without his expertise, I'd have never found my way off that rooftop in Paris. A guy couldn't ask for a better gang of friends.
Well, because of the
Who could
credits,
ever
we're definitely not
forget
going
the
to
lovely
get
Carmelita?
430, but 445
Looks like we're not
definitely.
going to be friends anymore. Now that Clockwork's death ray is out of commission, we're back to playing cops and robbers. I thought for sure she was going to slap the handcuffs on me right then and there. But instead, she was true to her word and gave me that 10-second head start. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. One. I felt bad leaving her stranded on that giant rock, but I knew it wouldn't be long before we'd see each other again.
Alright, but the people want an 8-hour Sly 2 stream. I'm sure I could oblige. I was thinking I might do a redo of that Mega Man X challenge stream I did last time, because, like, that X4 run was ratchet as fuck. Like, that X4 run, like, should be criminalized. I should be, like, tried for that run of X4. Like, it was terrible. And I might include X5 and X6 in that one just to up the stakes. But yeah, gotta watch the credits, and then watch the anime version of the opening cutscene. Or not, actually, I have a better idea. I'm gonna do a race. Maybe I'll do it a third time as a race. I mean, I think RZ said no to doing it as a race because he said he'd win, which is like, well, fair enough, he would. So, Lamau. Oh, Mega Man X7. Yeah, I'd love to play that game again, LMAO. He said sarcastically. Yeah, I really do like the credits theme in Sly 1. It's really good.
I hate to tell you this, Sly, but
Adding the extreme games.
You're gonna have to go back and
That actually sounds kind of like a good idea.
There's some good news though. A friend of mine in Japan just sent me this really cool movie. And guess what? It's all about us.
The Extreme 2 final boss was pretty BS though. How did I make the background when streaming? Well, I answered that earlier in the stream. It wasn't very complicated, I can tell you that.
あれはまだ俺が子供の頃だ。よく父ちゃんの膝の上で遊んでたっけ。俺様の一族は代々伝わる義族の家系。そして受け継がれた技をまとめたのがこのラクーナの伝承。その洗練を極めた忍びの技。だがそこには必ず守らなければいけない厳しい掟があった。義族たる者、名誉にかけて狙うは悪党のみ。善人からは奪わない。ところが俺様が秘伝書を受け継ぐことになった夜、突然5人のギャングがやってきた。奴らは俺を守ろうとした父ちゃんを、そしてとうとう見つけ出してしまったんだ。大切なラクーナの秘伝書を。奴らは俺様の全てを奪いやがった。きっと中に書かれた技を使って悪いことをしでかす。
We're gonna have to watch the credits again, and then we have to do like... We're gonna have to watch the true ending after we get the last vault, and then we're gonna have to watch the credits again, and then we're gonna be able to do the last time trial and end the game and end the stream.
そしてマーレ、食いしん坊でちょっとドジだがまあ憎めない弟分さ。仲間と一緒に俺様は父ちゃんの敵を討ち、そして秘伝書を取り返す。クーパーの名前に恥じない義族になれるか、それとも失敗してご先祖の顔に泥を塗るのか。さあ、俺様たちの運命はどっちだ。
Alright, let's get into it. Duel by the Dragon. And again, we're gonna have to watch the cutscenes again, too. Let's see, where are those bottles I missed?
Freeze, raccoon!
How can I freeze when my heart warms at the very sight of you?
Shut up, Ringtail. I don't know what you're doing here in China, but I'm sure it can't be good for whoever owns this place.
You must only have eyes for me if you're too blind to see what's going on around here.
All I see is a pathetic thief who's escaped justice for far too long.
I'm proud to be a thief, especially when I'm stealing from a vicious extortionist like the Panda King. Hope Open your eyes, detective. These quaint temples are a front for an illegal.
Will you
explosives
replay
factory.
Freedom Planet when you can?
You criminals are all the same.
To
and
quote
now
a
you can
wise
take us.
robot, doubtful. You know, like, games like Sonic are not really games I care to play. Oh, there it is. Like, I like Freedom Planet, like Spark the Electric Jester. Like, there's no, like, Sonic-like that I'm like, oh, gotta play that. I just don't really feel that way. Still a timeless time with Sly 1. I mean, you can never go wrong with some Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus. That is a fact. Yeah, I don't know. I just never really got to grips with Virgil in DMC3. I just never thought he was that good in that game. But obviously, that's a skill issue thing. 99% completion. Let's go. All by 435. Now we'll beat the game by 440. Can't believe I've been sitting here for 4 hours and 45 minutes. I really can't wait to eat and go to the bathroom.
That will stun all guards in the world for a few seconds. I can see how this might be useful.
And entertaining too.
At long last, the Thievius Raccoonus restored to its original state. The first time I held the whole thing under my arm since I was 8 years old. The same weight that all my ancestors had felt beneath their arms as they had passed it on. Although, while other family members may have been great thieves, they all inherited the book. I got a chance to earn it. I had taken down the Fiendish Five, having used the moves my ancestors taught me, and become a master thief along the way. The time had come for me to chronicle my own adventures into the great book. This is gonna be fun.
And then we have to watch the credits again, and then we have to play that level again. But yeah, I mean, I guess since we're about to wrap up, I guess I'll just say, like I said at the beginning of the stream, my next video, like the first video for the year, first proper video is going to be Mega Man Legends, a whole retrospective on all 3 games. Well, 3 different videos, but yeah. We're doing all the Legends games, and then I'm going to be doing RE9 and some other RE videos to tie into that. And after that, we'll see. I mean, I definitely want to do Symphony of the Night and Castlevania 64. I definitely want to cover those games soon. There's a lot of like PS1 era games I want to cover. Like I want to do new videos in the Crash games this year. I want to talk about God of War. I want to talk about Tomb Raider. I want to maybe I'll throw Spyro in there. Who knows? We'll see. We will see what happens. But yeah, lots of interesting stuff on the horizon, to say the least. But yeah, starting up is Mega Man Legends. That video is probably going to be finished by the end of the week, and coming out next week. But yeah, we're not technically done. The stream has like 2 minutes left, but yeah. I don't really have any attachment to Rayman or that interested in it, but maybe. Maybe. You never know. I mean, yeah, if I talked about Spyro, it would just be the Insomniac games. I wouldn't talk about any of the rest of it.
Raccoonus is complete. Now, try beating all the Master Thief sprints to unlock
A New Beginning is 20 years old this year. That is cursed. I remember the commercials for that game.
behind-the-scenes movie to show you.
We will not be watching the behind-the-scenes movie, Bentley, but we will be doing is unlocking it right now in another run of Duel by the Dragon. Okay, okay, I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Hit the thing. Hit the thing. Oh, please do slide 2 King W stream. I thought you were saying to have King K on it, but then again, maybe I can arrange that. Yeah, maybe next week I can get all the cool dudes around for a cool stream. I'll get Rule and the Bacon Guy and King, and we'll stream Slide 2, and it'll be great. And maybe I'll bring Rum with me, and yeah, and cool and fun and all that stuff. No, if I needed to bring Rum for a stream, it'd be to play Sly 4. But luckily, we're not doing that. Ow. I just hit my knuckle on the desk. No big deal. I actually think if I had to play Sly 4 one more time on a live stream, I think I would get actually plastered for it. Like, full on plastered on air. But maybe that shouldn't be a thing that happens, so there definitely will not be a Sly 4 stream. Alright. Time to get my 100% completion, gamers. Let's go. 100% completion. Let's go. We did it. Now, we're going to watch... The game's going to make us watch the behind-the-scenes commentary, or the behind-the-scenes movie, but we're not going to be doing that. So, I'm just going to say, hope everyone enjoyed the stream. We finally beat the game. 100% completion. 4 hours and 41 minutes. I love it. Love it for me. Yes. Yeah, hope everyone had fun with that. See you next time for whatever I stream next. Bye.